Testing. Testing. Okay. Let me turn this down a little bit. Is that better? Yeah, it is. Alright, what if I turn off this stereo out? If I turn the on button on stereo off, what can we still hear the stream? I just want to know on the mixer. Yes, we can. And can we still hear me? Alright, that's the answer to not hearing myself on the microphone. Because if we group out from here, I've just found the answer toward. We need to do a UBRS run. What if I turn this down? We can hear me better, right? Because it's a mixer. Yeah, we can hear me better. This is exactly what we need. So this is minus 25 decibels on the music. This is minus 30 decibels on the music. Put it up a little for me. I want it up a little. What does this mean? What does all this mean? What's the meaning of this? Okay. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. So we can hear me and we can control the volume of the music. And not only can we control the volume of the music on my computer on the mixer, we can volume my microphone up. Jesus Christ, man, watch out. Microphones, huh? How are we looking over there on gain? Yeah, we look okay on gain. Alright, now I need stereo out into the mixer behind me. And before long, the if we take long enough to set this 2-mixer thing up, the amplifier will get here by the time it takes me to set 2 mixers up. Let me try something. I want to actually try something. I have a crazy idea. This is a wild notion. What if I turn the music on here? Turn the music on. Turn the music on. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the USB channel off and turn the music channel on. And I'm going to try and get some sound out. So just for the next few seconds, I'm going to do a sound test here. Actually, I'm going to do pre-fader listen. And then we're going to get the oscilloscope moving and the equalizer moving. But let me... Yeah, by the time I set this 2 mixers setup up with the computer, the amplifier will be here tomorrow. So, like, wow. Then we'll go get attuned to... I'm gonna send in a message and go get attuned before next weekend. Alright, what are we doing here? So we don't need the stereo up. We don't need the stereo fader up at all to 0. We can let it be negative infinity. Because the stereo out isn't even on and everything's functioning perfect. So under the theory we make everything small first and then branch out. We don't even need the stereo on to run this show. Can I hear music? Yeah, the music's low. Excuse me. Give him a little volume. This is the best part of the song right here. Oh, it's over. Sorry. This happens to be my favorite song, Moonglow. Named after the city of Moonglow. We'll go to Moonglow Bank right now. Tramel Moonglow. Go. Here we are at Old Moonglow. This is where I was standing on 9/11. I was at school on 9/11, but when we came home that night, everyone was going nuts in Moonglow. Giuseppe is the governor of Moonglow? What? Since when, dude? That sort of makes total sense. Here's my castle tower. And we go through the wall here. Here's Giuseppe. Here's the statue I made of Giuseppe, sculpted by me. Look who it is. Everyone knows him. Dude was #1 in factions for years. so I had him come over and I made a statue. Giuseppe. Really? Oh. Oh, sorry. My friend Giuseppe. I made a statue of Giuseppe. I mean, the factioner Giuseppe. The famous factioner Giuseppe. Came over and I made a statue of him, if that's what friendship means. Alright, let's stop stalling. Let's do this. Oh, the test. I'm gonna try and do this musical test. Turn the damn news down. Wow. We should pump the news. We should pump the news through. Alright. Alright, music off. Oh, no. No, music on. I want to do pre-fade or listen. I wanted to do pre-fade or listen. Pre-fade or listen. Gently and carefully. I'm going to... Nope. That's interfering. I should turn this off. Sort of like that. What can I hear? Pre-fade or listen. Okay, good. Check, testing. We can get that microphone. Hold on. Actually, I can... I'm just... Wow. Alright, well, whatever that is, I did it. So, you know what I mean? I'm just winging it out here with this mixer on how good the volume is. Compressor? Let's play with the knob. No, that's not good. Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's not good. I'm just saying we don't need that knob. The other knob helped. I have no idea what I'm doing with these knobs. It does sound worse when I do it. In my head, it's like get the background noise out, but I don't think that's actually what it does. Anyway. Okay, enough with that. Music. Pre-fade or listen. I hear it. I hear it in my headphones. Okay. So now I'm gonna bring the gain up until we see some lights here. I'm gonna bring the gain up. I'd say that's good. You're good. All right. Okay. Yep. Yep. A little clarity there, huh? Oh, that's fucked up. Wow. Crank it, yo. Cranking it. That's the bass. The lowers is the bass. That's why the high pass filter gets the lows out. I'm gonna say there. All right, let's hear it. Pre-fader listen off. Stereo send. Turning on. Fading up. Can we hear anything? Oh, I'm not on the right headphone. That would be one reason why I can't hear anything. Oh, I think I hear it. And it's peaking. Why is it peaking out? Oh, I meant to turn this off. That was weird, sorry. I meant to turn that off, and this thing is peaking. So I'm gonna try again on the pre-fader listen. Oh yeah, let's bring that down. We'll just bring the gain right. And they said if you're peaking, bring the whole gain down. Now let's listen. Here we go. Right, so like 2 passes at the gain here. Is that between songs? What's going on here? Oh, here we go. Right, and I don't think we get that other without stereo send. I don't think we get it. Right. I think without stereo out, we don't get any lights. Yeah. If stereo out is off, then we don't have pre-fader listen. But you could pre-fader listen. And that's good. That's good. Pre-fader listen it, and now you got lights. What else is new? All right, at least we're not peaking. Let's give me some more sound on this music. Mute the radio. Cool. Cool. I like this song. It's too loud now. I have to move this microphone. I have to move this microphone to that microphone stand, and I have to be brave about it. I have to not be afraid to do that. So I'm gonna do so right now, and we're gonna have to figure this out. Maybe, you know what, we'll move it later. We'll move that later. So the mixer is part of the computer. We find out, after all, the mixer is somehow part of this computer now. Oh, by the way, one last test. I'm gonna disengage the USB, and it'll be line in on this right here. So we might hear nothing right now, and then I'm gonna be right back. Do we hear anything? Do we hear anything? Oh, cool. We hear me. Yeah, I hear me. We hear me. Alright. So what does that mean? That means that channel, what is this? USB in channel 1516. It doesn't need to even be USB engaged. What that means is that the mixer works independently of whether you have channel 15 engaged in the line in inputs or the USB input from the computer. So that's just mind-blowing how that works. What else is new? There's no reason for me to disengage it, really. Unless we need the line in. And that's cool. I like it. It's fine. Unless it has something to do with splitting the microphone. Remember again when I was like, we need to not have my microphone pumped out from the... We don't want to bump the microphone on the speakers. And one day I'll figure out how to do that. The hard way and the easy way. Alright, I'm going to switch us back over to some of this other music. Oh, and we have to engage USB now. It'll just be nothing, yeah. So I'm going to engage USB. There you go. Love it. So let me put all the faders down that I possibly can and have everything disengaged, and we still run this show. It's wild. Now I'm gonna send out. Oh no. See, we're gonna think about this loud. Actually, now I'm gonna take a little break, and while we eat some food and play some Ultima Online. No, just keep working on the mixer. Oh wow. Hold on. Let me come through over here. I have to do something real quick. Real quick. I gotta do something. Can we change my text, my speech text? Where is it? Not there, but it's there. There it is. Speech color. Wait a minute. Bring it one down. That's pretty good. Okay. Next thing. We'll just put these gems in here. And then I won't be walking around with tons of loot. We'll put the loot, the plunder, into bags in our houses. That's the idea. What's hiding behind things? What's that? Alright, we got everything. I'm good. Except for that. What is that right there? Nope, there's nothing. No, there it is. I knew I saw something. Okay. Okay, now I can stand out here, just whatever. So, I want this sound coming through here. I want it coming through the speakers. And I don't want my microphone going through. So if my microphone is fine, theoretically, we can just not touch it. Turn me down a little bit. Just turn me down a tiny little bit. But like, theoretically, my microphone is fine. What does that mean? That means we don't necessarily need to stereo out. We could group out. We could group send to 1 or 2. And then group out to the speakers. Why do I not think that works? Because we don't want to group. Because what I said was totally backwards. What I said was exactly what we don't want. We don't want the microphone to be out. We want the music to be group 1. Wait, what if I take stereo out of the sound on the mixer? Can we still hear the sound? Remember when I said we were just reducing? Can we still hear it? It's between songs, but can we hear it? I feel like no. You're joking. Okay, so stereo send. What this means is that we need to have stereo send engaged. Oh, I know. Here's the test. Here's the test that I need to do. When I disengage stereo send and engage group 1 out, can we hear me? Can we hear the sound? Can we hear the music? Alright, so there's the music. There's the music. When I disengage stereo send and engage group 1 send, can we hear me on the sound on the stream? And I'm listening. I'm not. It's a rhetorical question. I'm about to answer my own question here. Okay, I'm just filling you in what I'm about to do. Can we hear me? Can we hear anything? No, we can hear me, but we can't hear the music. We can't hear the music. So one little test. If I engage group 1, 2, and hit stereo send, and then bring the fader up, can we hear shit? Come on. I hear it. I hear it. I hear it so loud, slow. I hear it very faintly. Put it up. Put it up. Oh, it's such a beautiful song. It'd be like if they got me into Blackwing Lair somehow tonight. I love it. Okay, so what does that mean? Oh, I think I'm fixing it. I think I'm actually doing it, you guys. That means that the microphone is going to be group 1 and 2 out. And they need to stereo send for some reason. No, I'm lost again. I'm fucking lost again. Let me fader down group 1, and I think that'll work. Right? Yeah. So normally the music doesn't bother with the stereo out fader, but the group 1 fader, master fader, they're master faders. So the stereo master fader out does nothing normally, but when you do stereo send to the USB, but for some reason when you don't do stereo send, you do group 1 send on the music. Group 1. Hold on, I'm gonna disengage stereo send and see if we can hear it. Whoops, sorry. No. See, I'll never understand that. We can't hear anything, can we? It feels like I'll never understand it now. So stereo send works, but the stereo fader out means nothing. That's what we're learning. Even when we're in group 1? Yeah, even when we're in group 1. I don't even know what I'm saying. So select source, stereo group 1 or 1 and 2. Oh, see, there's these little buttons here. Source select. When it's out, it's stereo, and when it's in, it's group. And when it's out, it's group 1 and 2, and when it's in, it's group 3 and 4. I think those are just monitor. I think those are just monitor level in phones. Oh man, I there's so much to learn. so close to the answers of what the fuck is happening. Oh, I know what it is. Group out up here. Group out 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those send out from the groups. And then stereo out sends out. No, I still don't get it. I thought I got it, and now I'm lost again. What is group out and what is stereo? Ask a question. What is group out and what is stereo? My microphone is stereo out. I think this is the ultimate answer. And the sound is group out. So here's what I'm going to do. My microphone is going to go into group 1. And then the music is going to go into stereo out. That's the answer. I just stumbled the answer. So let me turn this off. And we should still be able to hear me and not the music? Yeah, we can hear me and not the music. We might have to undo this, but I'm gonna do that now. How's that? What do we get? I just reversed some shit really quick. What do we get? We get? Yeah, we got it. I did a crazy reversal. Alright, so my microphone is on this fader. This is my microphone fader. Yeah. Alright. And when stereo send is off on group 1, no one can hear me, right? Even if it's on? I guess we do need group 1 on and stereo send to hear me. Yeah. Alright, confirmed. Well, at least I'm on group 1. At least my microphone's on group 1, which means... I hope it should go, which means I think it goes into the mixer and into the computer, but it doesn't go to the stereo out. My hopes are that when I plug in stereo out over there, and we do have it plugged in stereo out, that we can't hear my microphones when we stereo out into these speakers. And yeah, the music is stereo engaged. Let's try it. Alright, so these two plugs are stereo out. We don't even need the other mixer, but we're going to use it. We're going to go the long way. We could go the short way right now, and I said we would. Let's go the short way. We're going to go in the short way? Let's go the short way first. Alright, for test purposes, I'm prepared to go the short way momentarily, and then we'll pick it back up from there. Now I'm gonna like cook a steak, but while I'm on a roll, well, I got this in mind. Here's what I want to do. I want to change the stereo out. Stereo out isn't so there's no reason we can't do it. if I turn on stereo, this stuff should just start bumping. And we'll leave this mixer off, but we're gonna go through. Eventually, we're gonna go through this mixer, and we're gonna bring these two faders up as the left and right channel of an in over here from group out or from stereo out. But for now, one mixer first, please. Then we'll do two mixers. Alright, I'm about to find out what's gonna happen. Let me mentally prepare. Let's take a moment before we find out how stupid I am. Let's ask my true rare fortune teller here. Is this is the stereo out? Going to work? On this is the stereo out? Properly connected. What we have to it's too specific. No, it's not the right question. Um, is my answer, is it, hold on, no. Is the answer, nope. Group send, or stereo out? No, it's group out or stereo. Aux send. Group out or aux send or stereo out. Alright, here we go. The truth is difficult. Oh, straight up fool. Yep. 7,000 watts. Yeah. Put that thing up there. Look at that. Who did that? I don't even know who did that. Alright, well. They're hanging out like a pendant over here. next thing? What is the next thing? Oh, the mixer. Okay, I'm gonna unplug the stereo out. No, you don't have to unplug. Yeah, we'll send. No, I know what to do. Turn off group out. Oh, that's so weird. Now I have group out going to that mixer, and I have stereo out going to the speakers. So let's just see what I can do. One mixer, let's just see what I can do here. Let's see what we got with the sound. So now I'm just gonna turn the speakers on and see if this works. Ooh, those speakers are hooked up as fuck. Feedback, feedback, feedback. Alright, turn that off. Shit. By the way, I have to directly. Oh no, we don't have to directly hook the oscilloscope up. No, I'm gonna hook it up. Like I said, we're gonna do one mixer. Eventually, we're gonna hook the oscilloscope back up to that, but I'm gonna hook it up directly to this mixer. I said one mixer, and then we're gonna go two mix. Because I'm trying to do something here. So come through out the back. Dude, those speakers were live as fuck. Those speakers were so alive. They were very lively, feedback inducing speakers. They were so lively. This isn't even the right chord. How could it be? Okay, because I'm still upset about the feedback we got. Oh no. Speaker. Oh, look at that. Yeah, we got problems down there. How could that happen? Because I let them fall to the floor. Here we go. I got it. Ridiculous. It's like Elvis. There's like Elvis moves involved. Oh my gosh. The Elvis moves. Clearly we should have done that earlier. We should have done something the opposite of whatever that was. We have various levels of unused cleaner cloths. This is such a monitor out. Oh, I just thought of a reason why we monitor out over here, because then I don't have to crank monitor out over here. We can crank it here, but we're gonna monitor out all at once. Like I said, we're gonna do it all in one first, and then we're gonna use two mixers. So we already have 3 or 4 reasons why we need 2 mixers. Monitor out. That. Monitor out, right? So whoever we pre-feed or listen will be on the monitor out, and that will be on the oscilloscope on out. Now we're not going to have terrible noises from the speaker system. Right, okay? No terrible noises. Hold on. There's one. Okay. Monitor out. So let's. Where's this? USB. Turn it up. Pre-fader listen. Monitor level all the way up. Oops, that's phones. Jesus Christ. Monitor out. Up. Pause it. Why are we not getting any other equalizer? Is the real question. Okay. Oh, because stereo send isn't engaged. Let me check on everything. For learning purposes, I'm not gonna engage the stereo out yet. I'm just gonna check everything for learning purposes. Like, what does it mean? What is going on? Who am I? What is this all about? We're gonna check on everything and go, oh. Like, what can I hear right now? Something's wrong here. Something's wrong. Here we go. Dude, what is going on? Hold on. Mute that. Okay, no, I'm good. We're good. Yeah. Bring the music down just a second so I can hear myself think. So, oscilloscope is fine because that's got pre-fader listen engaged. We can hear the music, we can hear my microphone. Those two are out. Hold on. I have to do one thing. I have to do one thing, guys. I have to do one thing.
Hello and welcome back to GLV Productions. Bruno Lucia, thanks for joining me. In this video, we'll be taking a look at the Yamaha MG12 XU mixer, which is the small brother to the MG20 XU recently covered on the channel. This is a 12-channel mixer with many similarities, but also some important differences to the larger model. As always, we'll start with an overview of the entire mixer and then look at each part in detail.
I'm on the MG16 XU. It's okay.
Blend of my
I just need
lavalier
to
mic
hear the.
and the output
This
from
is the quick
console,
version.
unless otherwise indicated. So, to begin with, you can see that the mixer is divided into a channel section and a master section, also referred to as the input and output sections. There are a total of 12 inputs, 4 mono input channels, 2 stereo mono hybrid channels, and 2 stereo channels. This includes one channel input which is switchable between analog and USB inputs. The output section has main stereo outputs on both XLR and quarter-inch connectors,
Channel
2
input.
aux sends, 2 group outputs, a monitor output, and a headphone output, all on quarter-inch connectors. The back panel of the mixer has an IEC socket for the internal power supply and a B-type USB connector for the USB input. Now, let's move on to the channel section. The first 4 channels on this mixer are mono and feature an XLR combo connector. This accepts XLR connectors as well as, in the center, balanced or unbalanced quarter-inch connectors. The XLR input will generally be used for microphones, the center quarter-inch connector for instrument or line level sources, such as keyboards, active acoustic guitars, and active basses. Input impedance is only 3 kiloohms, so this is not suitable for direct connection of passive sources, as some high-frequency loss will result due to pickup loading. There is also no high Z mode on these inputs, so passive sources should be connected using a DI box. For more information on this, please see my video series on DI.
So I do have a high Z button on this microphone preamp. There's a high Z fader and a button which enables it on the back. Let's give it some high Z. Let's give it some high Z. Hold on a second. Oh! I love me. You know what I mean? I love how funny I am. I'm gonna do a sound check, but I gotta do it this way. Elaborate sound check. Mobile sound check. You know what? Hemingway? No, it was F. Scott Fitzgerald. He said it was that or Hemingway. He said New York is a movable feast. This channel is a mobile sound test. Okay, what the fuck was I doing? Oh, I was doing something. Oh yeah, we're messing with the high Z. That's either high Z out or high Z in. Lavalier. Input, high Z. Output, line out. Unbalanced, line out. So, line in, high Z, line in. Fuck if I know. Here's the high Z gain. Anything? Is it weirder? Is it weirder? Yeah, it is. Oh shit. That is weird as fuck. Yeah, put the high Z gain down. I wonder if you want your high Z gain like way down. That's why they name it high Z. That's funny. Lavalier plus 10 decibels. Okay, we're good. Why did the oscilloscope stop? Cause I fucked something up. Did I? I think I turned it too low. No, that wouldn't matter. Because it's pre-fader listen. Is it still going? Yeah. No oscilloscope. Doesn't make any sense. Monitor out. Pre-fader listen engaged. Oh no, it's not. Oh yeah. Pre-fader listen was engaged on that other thing. I get it. It's because the video stopped. It is going. Oh, I should pre-fader listen engage like here. Right? Does that, now we get some, yeah, now we get a little bit of my, no? Whatever. Alright, what am I trying to do? We're trying to get the music. Oh, no. The music was coming out of there. I just forgot what I was doing. I just plain old forgot what I was doing, you know? Oh yeah, the high Z. I was messing with the high Z. Now that I've played around with the high Z, I'm done playing around with the high Z. I was moving the knob. So the knob, there is no button. I was wrong. I was being wrong about the high Z button existing.
iBoxes, link in card. Below the input, you will see a pad switch that drops the input level by 26 decibels. This is useful for very loud input signals, for example, kick drum or snare drum, or very powerful singers. Next to that is a high-pass filter, HPF, set at 80 Hertz with a filter slope of 12 decibels per octave. This is used to remove unwanted low-frequency information from the input signal, such as air conditioning noise, rumble from large trucks passing by, etc. This should be switched in for all non-bass signals and should be switched out for signals such as kick drum and bass guitar. We'll just demonstrate that on the first channel.
Yes, I can hear.
Check, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the high-pass filter in. Check, 1, 2. And this is the high-pass filter out. Check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Note that the pad and HPF apply to both the XLR as well as the quarter-inch sections of the combo connector. These are combined internally. We then have the gain knob, the function of which is to bring the input signal up to the point where the mixer can deal with this. A quick recap on this. The output levels of most microphones, known as mic level, is between minus 40 and minus 60 dBV. That's between
Right.
0.001 and 0.01 volts. Most mixers operate at line level,
they need to
which
be
is around
put into
1
a
volt.
specific out.
This can be referred to as 0 dBV, which is exactly 1
Anyway.
volt, or more commonly as plus
What I'm
4
trying to do
dBu,
get
which is
stereo
1.2
out over
volts.
here. So turn this
Both
up.
are
Yep.
used depending on which reference voltage is chosen. There is also consumer
my
line level,
microphone down.
which is minus 10
While we do
dBV
stereo
or
out, we need
0.3
microphone
volts,
down.
which
So I'm gonna
explains
turn
why
my
some
microphone
gain
down
may
and
still
try
be
to get stereo
necessary
out here.
when connecting CD players,
Is this on?
iPads, and the like.
Yeah, that looks on.
In a similar way, almost all electronic instruments operate somewhere between mic level and line level,
All right.
although the input
Microphone
of
down,
some
stereo
electronic
out.
keyboards can be very high indeed, necessitating the use of the pad switch. Okay, so now that's cleared up, let's look at gain setting procedure. My recommendation on this mixer is to start with the compressor knob fully counterclockwise, channel fader all the way down, channel switched off, and the master fader at 0 dB. Press the PFL button on the relevant channel down here. Speak or sing into the mic or play the instrument as appropriate, and raise the gain knob until the meters indicate a level of around 0 dB. Check, check, 1, 2.
Check.
Check,
Testing.
1, 2.
Testing,
Check, check,
testing.
1,
I can
2,
hear it.
3,
Check.
4.
Check.
Once that's done,
Check. Check. Yeah, I can hear it. Oh. Oh, hell. I don't know. I don't know anymore. Okay, because I can't figure out with one mixer, we're doing it with two mixers. Let's go. I gave it a good try with two mixers. We're going to do it with one mixer.
no. For example, if gain is around 11 o'clock for keyboards left,
We're going to do it
it's
two-
reasonable
two
to
mixers.
assume that the gain on the right side of that same keyboard would be around 11 o'clock as well. If you find that the signal is at or above 0 dB on the meters, even with the gain all the way down, then it's time to engage the pad switch, which will give you the necessary gain range to deal with louder sources.
Fuck that.
The
I can
white
actually
on
do
black
this.
numbers here
without-
show the normal gain range. The black on white numbers show the gain range with the pad switch engaged. While we're here, let's cover the phantom power switch,
All right, I can.
which
I can do
supplies
this.
48 volts DC to pins 2 and 3 on the
can do
XLR
this. Can you guys
inputs
hear me?
only. This is used for powering condenser microphones as well
Yeah, we
as
can hear me
active DI boxes.
I can do this.
Dynamic
We're
mics,
gonna use
such as
two
the
mixers,
SM58
and then when I'm
ignore phantom power
smarter,
and can be
we're,
used safely
we're not
with it
going to be
on.
using
Just
two
remember
mixers.
not to plug
It's
and
funny
unplug
'cause
mics
I
while
don't
this
know
switch is
enough.
on, or you'll get very loud
So we're gonna
bangs
do
and
this-
thumps
we're gonna solve
going
this.
through your PA system.
We're going to solve what I don't know with
Next,
two
we
mixers.
come to the compressor
or
knob.
we legitimately
I've done a
need
full
two.
video on
which
the
would be
concept
wild.
of compression
But I feel like I
and
just
how
don't
this
know.
function works on the previous generation of MG mixers. So
So,
please take
this
a
is
look
the
at that
right-
for more information.
This
Link
is
in
the
card.
right.
The stats on this compressor
right.
have changed slightly from the
This is
older
the right.
version, as you can see on the screen, but in practice, its use is very similar. Personally, I'd start
is the
with the
left.
compressor off, fully counterclockwise. If you feel that the signal has too much dynamic
And these are
range,
just
in other words,
straight
you're
up
constantly
outs.
riding the fader up and down,
And they're not going
try
to be
setting the
involved in my
compressor to
microphone
12
out.
o'clock and adjust
So I have
from
anything
there.
to say with it.
It's a process of experimentation, and there's no correct
There go the
setting
chess
for any
pieces.
input. The correct setting is the
Amazing.
one that keeps the dynamic range under control and sounds the best to you. Bear in mind, however, that this type
I
of
really take
compressor
literally when he
adds
says there's
gain
no right
as
answer
you
to this
turn
stuff.
the knob clockwise.
I really-
so it may cause feedback
I really
in a
take
live
that
sound
stuff to heart.
situation. If that happens, you can wind your gain back just slightly. We then come to the equalization or EQ section. On this mixer, we have a 3-band EQ with fixed
What is
frequencies,
next?
a shelving low
What
at 100
is
hertz,
next?
a shelving high at 10 kilohertz, and a peaking mid
I
at
need
2.5
to
kilohertz.
send something
For a
out
complete
here.
discussion of this EQ, as well as suggestions on how to set it,
And what I need
please
to
see part
send
1
this
of the
group out.
recent MG20XU series,
I
link
hope.
in card. Now we'll have a
And group
demonstration
out
of
is
the
going into
EQ
group
section.
One channel,
Channel
1
is
and
on.
2, like he says.
Check 1, 2. This is flat. The highs, check 1, 2. Check
Turn it
1,
on.
2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. The lows,
Do
check
we
1,
need
2.
stereos? I can't
Check
believe we need
1, 2,
stereo
3,
send
4.
to hear me.
Mic check 1, 2.
I don't
Check
understand that.
1, 2, 3, 4. And now the mid range. Check 1, 2.
I just
Check
don't
1,
get it.
2.
I don't understand.
Mic check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. As I say in many of my tutorials, begin with the EQ set flat. If it sounds good, don't adjust it. After this, we come to the auxiliary section. The MG12XU has 2 aux sends.
Group 1 and 2
Aux
out.
1 can be set pre
Group 1
or
and 2,
post
yeah.
fader and is generally used for stage monitoring in a live sound situation set to pre-fader. For a full explanation of what
Yeah, give me this one.
pre-post
I
fader
just wanna
means and
confirm
when
which
to
one
use
this
each
is.
one, please see part 2 of the recent MG20XU
is-
series, link in card.
2.
Aux 2 is fixed post fader and feeds both the mixer's internal effects engine as well
And it's in
as
group
the
2.
aux 2 output located in the master section. Note that both can be used at the same time. Plugging into aux 2 output does not disable the internal effects. However, having only one control for 2 separate purposes would probably be somewhat inconvenient. To use
about
the internal effects section,
over
select an effect using the program knob, turn, and then push
send-
down
and
to
then send the
confirm.
stereo out here.
In this case, we'll use
So let me
number
try
1.
that.
Get your
And
channel
then we're gonna
working
dab.
as
Whether I
normal.
get this or not right now, we're gonna
Raise
dab.
the
Now
white
I'm over here.
aux 2 knob on the respective channel, and then raise the FX return fader
All right.
to route the affected signal back into the mixer. Obviously, you would turn it on.
How am I
Check
doing right
1
now?
2. Check 1 2. And there's your effect. In a live sound situation, you would use the FX return and channel faders to blend between the dry or unaffected and the wet or affected signal. You can also turn the
Alright, here's what we're
FX
gonna do.
on and off using this, or by using a foot switch plugged in to the foot switch socket in the connector section next to the headphone output. The
I do
blue
have a
aux
foot switch
1
right here.
knob above
We
the
will
FX
we will
return
connect the
fader
foot switch
is
there.
used to send the wet or affected signal to stage monitors
It's a
that
Yamaha
are
foot
connected
switch.
to the aux 1 output. For a full explanation of the concept behind internal effects, as well as a rundown of all the effects and their variations, please see part 3 of
Give
the
me the foot
MG20XU video series.
No, the foot switch should
Card.
can stay here. It's fine.
Below the aux section, you have a pan knob
It's right here where my
which
foot
pans mono outputs
should
between
go there.
the left and
Here, I'll
right
move it over
mixer outputs. As you can hear in this
That's a
demonstration,
perfect place for that foot switch.
channel is on. Panning left, check 1 2, check 1 2, pan center, and pan
Yes.
right.
Channel 1 and
check
channel
1
2
2,
here.
1 2. This knob
Oh,
is
no.
also used in conjunction
This is
with
my.
the group
These
1
are my
2
monitors,
buttons
and I'm
and
gonna
fader,
listen
which
to
we'll
this.
demonstrate when we cover the
Not
master
monitors,
section.
my phones.
Below
So
the
I can
pan
plug
knob
this into
is
phones
a
and hear
channel
this.
on button. When this is off, it's the equivalent of
give me some
pressing
volume.
mute on other mixers. It's
my God,
important
I
to
can't
note
hear.
that on this mixer,
Oh,
both aux
on.
sends are
Okay, free to
post-mute.
listen these
So when
do
the
that.
channel is off, everything is off, including stage
You hear it like
monitors that are
crazy.
connected to
Oh,
aux 1
I hear my
and
I hear
external effects units that
Well, it
are
must be-
connected to aux 2. This is my preferred configuration for live sound
I don't even
because
know
it
anymore.
allows you to kill feedback on
I
stage
really don't
with
even
a quick
know what's
button
happening
press.
anymore. So we're gonna need to pad
Below
these.
this, you have a red
Yeah,
peak
I'm gonna
light
pad those.
which illuminates
inputs
when the
because
input
that's
signal is
ridiculous.
3 dB before clipping and thus serves as a warning that
Testing,
your input
testing,
signal
testing.
is about to become distorted. This is particularly important when recording.
Test,
This light
testing,
can come on
testing,
occasionally,
testing,
but it
testing,
should
testing.
never stay on.
Not even
If
near
it
that.
does, you need to reduce your gain.
We're gonna need to bring that down.
A quick
I can
demonstration
tell.
of this.
We better leave it. there.
Channel PFL is on.
Okay.
I'm going to turn the gain up
Now
until the peak
stereo
light
out.
comes
Why-
on.
why is-
Check. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. There you go. Finally, we come to the fader
Oh, I
as
know,
well
this
as
group.
the channel routing buttons. Let's begin with
I
the
don't
fader.
know anymore.
This should generally be positioned somewhere around 0 dB, as this gives you the most resolution when mixing. As you can see at this position, there is quite a bit of travel between 0 and 10 dB. When you're down here, a relatively small amount of travel gives you 10
It's-
dB of change.
It should be really at
If
this
your
point. It should
faders
be really
are
funny
way
video
up at the top of their
because
travel,
I have no
it's
clue what I'm
generally
doing,
an
and I did it
indication
backwards.
that you need to raise your gain settings. On the other hand, if they're way down at the bottom, it's often a symptom of a power
What is
amplifier
this
or
thing?
active
Why is
speaker
my
level
equalizer-
that is
Oh,
set too
stereo
high.
send.
Remember also
Yeah, just
that
turn
these
these on and
faders work
stereo
in
send.
conjunction with the master
Stereo
fader,
out.
which should generally be set around
Power
0
'em up
dB
and stereo
and
send.
not change
Do we
very
hear
much.
things? Yeah. Oh yeah. we can.
At this point, let's discuss the channel routing
All right,
buttons.
we have the opposite of what
The
I want.
gray 1-2 button and
How can we
the
do
red
this?
ST button.
By delivering
These tell the
opposite
mixer
of what I want.
where to send the channel signal once it has passed through the
I don't
fader
know.
and work in conjunction with the pan balance knob here. The simplest way
That worked,
to route
though.
a signal is directly
That worked.
to the main stereo outputs.
On the equalizer too. So
In order to do
everything
this,
works.
ensure
I just have to
that the
fine
red
tune it now
ST button
and
is
make it
down
make sense.
and the gray
As the
1-2
rappers
button
say.
is not. This will route any channel that is on directly to the main
Hold on.
outputs
Let me do that again.
via the master fader, bypassing this group
Can
fader
we hear him?
entirely. This is fine for most users
No.
and in fact many professionals
Okay.
mix like this.
I won't do that again.
You do not have to use the group function
I won't do
if
that again.
you don't need it.
I won't do that again. We can't hear
Having
him.
said
Everything
that,
is backwards.
when would we
The
use
answer
the
is
group
just
function
everything is
and
backwards.
routing buttons?
Sorry.
The first time would be when we have a group of
So this is
similar
stereo
inputs.
send, and that's
For
group
example,
1 send. Go.
Let's say a 4 backing singers on channels 1 to 4. All of them
How's
have
that?
slightly
Can we hear
different
me?
EQ, gain,
Can we
and
still
pan
hear me?
settings, and slightly different fader positions
Can we
once
hear me?
you have balanced them
Yeah, I can hear
to
me.
their respective voices.
I can hear me.
So what happens during the show when you need
Hold
to
on.
turn
I
all
can
of
hear
them
me.
up or all of
I
them
think
down?
this is gonna work. Let me mute
You can
the
try
radio.
and move
I
4
can hear him.
faders at the same time,
And I can
but
hear
chances
him.
are is that you will disturb their relative positions.
Yeah.
This is where the subgroup comes in. What you would do is you would engage
Yeah, I can hear me and I
the
can hear
1-2
him.
routing button on each channel and disengage the
All right,
red
now I'm gonna try and
ST
get
button.
just
Then on
him
group
on the
1-2
speakers
fader,
by turning
engage
this on
the
and that
red
on.
ST button
Here we go.
and raise the fader to unity. The group 1-2 fader thus allows you to control
See,
the
it's
level
still-
of all 4 of these channels
No.
simultaneously.
It's
So
still
using our
sending.
example of 4 backing singers,
The problem
backing
is
singers
it's
louder,
still
backing
sending.
singers softer.
Oh,
This application
that's because
is
okay, hold on.
commonly
Let me
used
try this.
for outputs.
If
For
that had
example,
worked,
to feed delay speakers,
I would
front fills,
understand this
a recorder,
fucking thing.
etc. In this case, you would engage both
Because that didn't work,
ST and
I don't know what I'm
1-2
doing
routing
anymore.
buttons and disengage the
Means
ST
I'm
button
sort of out of
on the
ideas.
group fader because you are using the group
we're
output
gonna have to ask
feed
the,
a separate
I think we're
set
gonna,
of
I think I'm
speakers.
thinking of auxiliary
If this
out
is
or
used
something,
for
or
recording,
auxiliary send.
you would press
It must
down
be
the
auxiliary
1-2
out or auxiliary
button
send.
on
Right,
the
that's what
channels
auxiliary
that
is.
you want sent
But
to
why?
the
I
recorder.
want to know why group
It's
out
important
isn't working.
that in this application we disengage the red ST
'Cause
button
it's a
on the
mixer,
group
it's supposed to
fader
mix them in.
in order to prevent
Send
duplication
master.
of the signals from
Yeah.
each channel being sent
That was a
to the
good
main
try.
stereo outputs. Finally, it's
It was a
important to note
valiant
that
attempt.
when the 1-2 routing button
I can
is
technically
engaged,
hear it out
the
of here,
pan
right?
knob does double duty,
Yeah, it's
sending
technically
the
working.
signal to group
So-
1 when panned hard left and
I
group
don't think we
2
heard that.
when panned
We'll have
hard
to turn
right.
that on.
It's thus possible to create multiple
all too
mixes
It
using
all
this
gets to be just
function,
too much
in
eventually.
particular in recording environments. The topic of subgroups is quite an extensive one, more than the time we have to cover in this
Anything
video,
peeking over there? We're pretty
but I
damn
hope
close.
that this has given you
to
the
peek.
basics.
Alright, man. Seriously.
Okay, so now let's look at the 5th and 6th channels on this mixer, which rather confusingly are labeled 5-6 and 7-8. The reason for this is that they
I
are
was
what
so
I call
close to
hybrid
fixing that
channels,
goddamn
which can
thing.
function as either mono or stereo channels depending on your requirements. This gives the mixer more
We'll fix it, though.
flexibility,
With two mixers,
allowing
I'm
you to
100%
connect
sure
more
I can do
mics
it.
or instruments depending on what
didn't
you
do it.
have. Where these channels differ from the first 4 is mainly in the input connector section, so let's take a look. Each channel can accept a single XLR or 2 1/4-inch connectors. The 1/4-inch inputs override the XLR input. They cannot be used at the same time. Some notes about these 1/4-inch connectors. They are unbalanced, unlike the combo connector on channels 1 to 4. In other words, if you plug in a balanced TRS plug, such as this one, the ring connector will be grounded. If you need a balanced connection to these channels, use the XLR connector. If only the left connector on these channels is used, the signal is routed in mono. In other words, it is sent to both left and right outputs, and the pan control can be used to vary its position in the stereo field. Right now we're going to demonstrate this. We are going to use this cable. As you can see, it's a mini jack or 3.5 millimeter to 2 1/4-inch unbalanced, and we are going to play some royalty-free music from our laptop. So normally you would connect left and right in this fashion. To begin with, we're only going to connect the left connector so that I can demonstrate the L mono effect to you. All right, so music is playing. As always, we will press PFL, raise the gain until it's around 0. There we are. And then we can switch the channel on and bring the gain up. Now, in this case, because we are routing in mono, this acts as a pan control. So I can pan the signal to the left, and I can pan the signal to the right. This would apply whether this were an instrument or, in this case, music. Now, If I then connect the second connector, we are now routing in stereo. The left side of this is being routed to the left output, and the right is being routed to the right output. This now functions as a balance control. Let's check our PFL. Bring up the fader. You can hear that the music is now in stereo. Demonstrate our balance. If you use only the right connector, what will happen is that it will still be routed in stereo, but only to the right output. Have a listen. And in this case, this still works like a balance control. I can't think of a situation where you would want to do that. What this means is that if for any reason you need to convert a stereo signal like this to mono, or to have control over both sides of the signal independently, you must use two channels. Now note carefully, on both of these channels I'm connected to the left mono connector, effectively converting this to dual mono and giving me full control over the stereo spread using the pan controls here, right? So let's play our track once again. And to begin with, let me set the gain the same. We'll turn our channels on, bring them up. So what's happening now is that we are routing the signal. You notice it's quite a bit louder because there's two channels of it. We're now routing in dual mono. If you wanted this to be stereo, you'd pan the left channel hard left and the right channel hard right. This is exactly the same effect as connecting these two to one channel using the left and right connectors. The only difference is that this gives you control over the stereo spread, right? Maybe you don't want such a wide spread. Listen to the difference. Mono, some stereo, full stereo. So it's very important to understand how the break contacts within these work and how it affects your signal routing. Finally, the gain range available is different for the 1/4 inch connectors versus the XLR connector. Once again, this is shown in white around the gain knob. The white on black numbers are the gain range for the XLR connector. The black on white numbers are the gain range for the 1/4 inch inputs. Note that connecting to the 1/4 inch inputs on channels 5, 6, and 7, 8 gives you exactly the same amount of gain as connecting to the 1/4 inch input section on the combo connector on channels 1 to 4 with the pad switch engaged. This makes sense, and it's good to see that Yamaha is consistent with their gain structure across channels. There is also a high pass filter on these two channels which affects the XLR inputs only. Alright, now let's move on to the last pair of channels, 910 and 1112. As the numbering and the lack of an XLR input suggests, these are stereo only channels and they're equipped with one pair of unbalanced 1/4 inch inputs and one pair of RCA connectors each. As before, the 1/4 inch connectors override the RCA inputs. They cannot be used at the same time. It is important to note that there is no left mono feature on these two channels. Note the difference in the labeling. Connecting to the left input will only send that signal to the left output.
Little seasoned
Let's
meat
demonstrate. We have
tenderizer.
our same connector here, connecting to the left channel. Start our music.
Okay.
Channel on, fader
A
up.
little Montreal
Now
steak.
again, there's no gain here. Again, if I now connect the second connector here,
Yeah, put it just on there.
you can hear we've now got full stereo, and the balance works as a balance knob.
And then this is chips and fries spice that
Now,
I
if
already
you
put on the
wanted
French
to
fry.
use two faders on one stereo signal on this pair of channels, you would need to connect the right signal to the right input on channel 12. Let's hear what
Okay.
that sounds like. Now, very important, in this case, the balance controls have no effect. Listen. I can't think of a time where you would want to do this unless for some reason you had an imbalance between the left and right channels and you needed to use the faders rather than the balance control. These channels here do not allow mono routing of mono signals, so if you wanted to do that, you'd need to use 5, 6, and 7, 8. You'll notice that there is no gain knob. Gain on these channels is fixed at minus 10 dBu, so they are really best suited for consumer line level devices such as CD players, laptops, iPads, etc. When connecting such devices, I recommend starting with device volume at 100% and then adjusting the device volume downwards if necessary. In addition, we have a simplified two-band EQ with only high and low shelving filters. Finally, it's important to note that channel 1112 features a line USB switch that allows you to select between the analog inputs here and the USB input on the back of the mixer.
Why
We'll
the
cover
fuck
this
did we
input
fail so
when
hard?
we discuss the master section. So that concludes our survey of the three different types of input channels: mono, mono stereo hybrid, and stereo. If you'd like more information
because they're
on the
both
technical
on group
characteristics
1,
of these inputs,
send.
Yamaha produced a very comprehensive
Because
technical
that's not on
specifications
aux.
document
No,
listing things
I'm
like nominal
fucked
input
up again.
levels and max levels before. Now let's move on to the master or output section. First, you have main stereo outputs on both XLR and balanced
What the
quarter inch.
fuck,
In this
dude?
case, the quarter inch connectors are going to my recorder. These are typically connected to power amplifiers or active speakers in a live sound context, or the input of
Alright,
the
we're just going to
recorder,
start
as
doing
in
things.
this
Instead of
case.
think about it
You
and make
can
sense, we're
use
just going to
both
start
sets of
doing
main
solutions.
outputs at the same time. To the left of these, you
And
have
what we're
the
going to do
aux
is we're not going to
outputs
have
on
group out
balanced
connected.
quarter
We're
inch.
going to connect
The
stereo
master
out.
control for these outputs is just below
That's going in the right
internal effects
way, right?
section.
Yeah, we're going to do stereo out.
Remember that the
and then
same
group.
set of knobs is used to send
God
signal
damn it,
to
why can't
both
we use
aux
group
2
without stereo
as well
send?
as to the internal effects section. Both of these
I don't
functions
know
can
why.
be
Let's
used
try
at the
it.
same time. However, the aux
I don't know
2
why we
master
can't. Let's try it.
controls only the signal being sent to this
Alright.
output. It does not control
Turn off group.
Next to the aux outputs are the physical outputs for groups 1 and 2. The master level control for these is the group 1-2 fader. Note that these outputs are active whenever signal is being routed to the group 1-2 fader by the 1-2 routing options, whether or not the group 1-2 signal is being routed to the main stereo outputs. You can thus use these outputs regardless of the position of the red ST button next to the group fader. Below the group outputs, you have a pair of monitor outs on balanced quarter inch. Please note, these are designed to be connected to a pair of studio monitors when the mixer is used for recording,
Dang, I thought
not stage monitors. The master level control and source switch for these outputs is located above the master fader, adjacent to the headphone level control. Next to these outputs,
I should just give
you
up
have a
right now.
foot switch connector,
This is hilarious.
which is used to switch the effects on and off. It's the same as pressing
It's not.
the
It's
on-off
not
button
fixed.
on the
I don't
FX
think, unless it
return
is.
fader. This is meant to. This is meant for when the mixer is located on
Hold on.
stage and a performer needs to.
Is it fixed? No, I can still hear myself.
Finally, you have the headphone
Shit.
output on a stereo quarter-inch connector.
Dude, it's so
The
funny
master
that
level
I can't
control
figure
and
this
source
out.
switch for
It's
these
funny.
is located just below the meters. You can choose to listen to the stereo output of the mixer or the group output depending on what your requirements are. We'll close this tutorial by briefly going over the USB
Okay,
interface.
what did he just
As you
say?
can see, it uses
What the
source
hell
switch
did he?
for
That's
these
why I
is
have
located
this on.
quarter-inch connector.
Listen to this.
The master level control and
Listen
source
to
switch
this.
for these is located just below the meters. You can choose to listen to the stereo output of the mixer or the group output depending on what your requirements are. We'll close this tutorial by briefly going over the USB interface. As you can see, it uses a Type B connector, so you will
I
need
think
a
that's the
cable
answer.
like this.
I think
a
he
Type
just said it
A
again.
to Type B USB
That's what it is.
connector. We'll close.
We're gonna monitor. I actually think. No, I don't want to monitor out. I want a group or auxiliary out. We could fuck around with the monitor out, but I don't want to do it. I want to do it the right way and do aux out or a group out.
Close this tutorial by briefly going over the USB interface. As you can see, it uses a Type B connector, so you will need a cable like this, a Type A to Type B USB connector to connect to it. This is the same connector that is used to connect most printers. Note that USB drives cannot be attached
Okay, I give
directly to the mixer.
We're doing the 20XU.
Some important
that's what I have
characteristics
over there.
of this interface. It is stereo bidirectional. This means
All right, go ahead.
all right, so hello everyone, thanks for coming. First of all, a brief explanation of the difference between analog and digital, right? So with an analog mixer, the signal is transported and processed in the analog domain, all right? Now, what we mean by that is, so a microphone converts sound energy to electrical energy. The electrical energy has a voltage that is directly proportional to the volume of the sound, all right? In other words, the electrical signal is an analog to the acoustic signal, right? That's what we mean when we say analog. Digital is ones and zeros, okay? You may understand, computers they only know two things, right? Their circuits are either on or off, so it's either a 1 or a 0. So that's the difference. Now, some analog mixers have a digital section
believe I
to
can't
them.
figure
So, for
this
example,
out.
on this one,
It's crazy.
even though it's an analog
With
mixer,
two mixers, I
it
couldn't
has
do
a
it.
digital effect section, okay, which we will have fun with later and a lot of amusement, hopefully. But in general, the signal goes through in the analog
Embarrassing.
domain, right? It's never converted to ones and zeros. The conversion for digital mixer typically occurs as soon as it goes into the mixer. Some digital mixers, they have a stage box which sits on stage, and the stage box contains the analog digital converter, and the two are connected using Cat6 cabling, all right? It's much simpler than running all of this analog copper. All right. Let's move on to this particular mixer. So what I'd like you to do is just study the way that this mixer looks for a moment, all right? So you can see that the mixer is organized in two different directions, right? It's organized from top to bottom, and it's organized from left to right. Okay, so the first thing is that all analog mixers are divided into what is called an input section, also called a channel section, and a master or an output section, all right? This is where all the signals come in. That's why they've painted this section black. This is where the signals leave the mixer, all right? Any mixer, including the older Mackie, is organized this way. The other thing is, can you see that the mixer has columns of knobs, yeah? Do you notice that every column is the same, yeah? Do you notice that from here to here, the first 8 columns are all exactly the same? Do you notice that? Okay. Each of these is called a channel, right? Each channel is one signal source. Okay? Does everyone understand that? That's very important, because some people, they get very stressed when they see, Ayo, I've got to learn all of these knobs. Actually, all you have to do is you just have to learn one column. Once you learn one column, they're all the same. All right? The most complicated are the first 8. You can see that here you have 4 more that don't have the yellow knob, and then you can see at the end you have 4 more that are missing one of the green knobs. Okay? So this mixer has lots and lots of channels. You learn one, you learn them all. Okay. Now, do we remember from last week the difference between stereo and mono? Mono is one sound source. There's no left-right information. Stereo is 2 channels, and they must be a left and right. So the first 12 channels on this mixer, right, to this point, are all mono channels. Okay? And you can tell that they are mono channels because the input does not have any left-right designation to it. The last 4 are all stereo channels, all right? And the reason is that there are 2 numbers next to each input. So you can see that this is 13, 14, 15, 16, and so on, all right? So the name of this mixer is MG20, all right? How do you think they get the number 20? Right, it's correct. It's 20 channels, right? But if you count the number of faders, you don't have 20 faders, right? So what you have is you have 12 mono and you have 4 stereo. 4 times 2 is 8. 12 plus 8 is 20. That's how they get MG20, all right? MG is the series. MG series is the entry level for Yamaha. XU means that it has digital effects on board, right? There are some which have no U at the end, and those, this section is missing. They're cheaper. All right, good. So that's the overall big picture of the mixer. The first thing that you have to appreciate about this mixer is that the input connectors do not line up perfectly with the channels, all right? Can you see that 1 lines up with 1? But by the time you reach 8, can you see that 8 is here? And the connector for 8 is not directly in line, right? Yeah. The worst is over here. You can see this is 19 and 20, and the channel strength, okay? So you must be quite aware of what you are manipulating. That's the reason why they've given you the numbers here as well as here. All right. So we're plugged into 8, so we'll use 8 for simplicity's sake. All right. So to begin with, at the top, just switch the channel off. So you have an input connector, all right? Can anyone remember what this style of connector is called? Combo connector. The reason is that it will accommodate a normal XLR. It will also accommodate in the middle, it will accommodate a 1/4 inch connector, all right? Now, these 4 are not combo. There's no hole in the middle. Right? So don't go and spend half an hour trying to plug one of these in there, all right? Okay. I'll be very honest with you. The reason that they went to this, it used to be that mixers always had an XLR and separate 1/4 inch connectors. The reason they went to the combo connectors is just cost, right? It's cheaper to put these than to have separate connectors. It also allows the mixer to be a bit shorter, all right? In the old days, you had a whole series. You had You had a mic connector, a line, an insert, and several other things, right? But they've streamlined it nowadays. Okay, so we have our input connector. Below them, you have two switches here. You have a pad and this thing called HPF, high pass filter. All right, we'll learn what that does. Next, we have a gain control. Now, your seniors would have taught you a bit about this last week. All right, we learned that this increases the level of the signal. Below that, you have what's called a one-knob compressor. This is a Yamaha thing, all right? And it controls the dynamic range. We'll learn more about that later. Then, down here, can you see this switch that says Phantom plus 48 volts? Now, this switch switches on something called phantom power, which is power for condenser microphones and active direct boxes, okay? This switch is usually somewhere here, but I think they had extra real estate, so they put it here, okay? If you're operating condenser microphones, active DIs, you would switch it on, right? And if you're not, you can leave it off. Very important, when this is on, don't plug and unplug stuff because you get big bangs going through the sound system and Vanya will hunt you down with that face. All right, then we have the green section. This is the equalization section, also known as your tone control. Below that, you have the blue section. Blue section is called the auxiliary section, also known as the aux section. Below that, you have a pan control, pan control, which is red. You have a channel on and off switch, fader, and this down here, which is referred to as your channel routing buttons. And right at the bottom, you have this PFL switch, okay? PFL stands for, can anyone remember? Yes, thank you, Ebenezer. Pre-fade listen, all right? Now, over here, you can see that you have four channels which are missing the one-knob compressor, okay? There's no other difference. The reason is that Yamaha apparently could only afford 8 of them, so they left them off this channel, okay? It's just like that. Then here, at the very end, you have 4 what they call stereo hybrid channels. So the older Yamaha mixers had stereo-only channels, meaning that they had connectors like this only, all right? This new model Yamaha has gone one better. They have given you channels that have an XLR connector, and they have a pair of stereo inputs. So these here are unusual in that they can accept either a mono or stereo signal, right? So you have to be aware of that when connecting. These here can accept an XLR or quarter-inch, balanced or unbalanced. These here, same, you know, they will accept, maybe not this one, right? Something like this, right? So here, if you were to use these to connect a stereo signal, you would have to use 2 of them, right? Because you have left and right. With these, you can connect to a single channel, right? Because there's 2 here. All right. This mixer also has a USB input, which is accessed by a connector on the back panel, all right? The USB input can be routed to the last pair of stereo channel. So there's a switch here. In its up, it says line, down is USB. I got a new light, all right? So if you are using the USB input, then this takes the place of that. So to begin with, we have connected our sound source. The first thing that you need to do whenever you plug something in is you want to set this knob, the gain, correctly. So the word gain is the amount that the signal is increased when it enters the mixer. So the audio coming out of a typical mic is very, very small. It's maybe 0.001 volts, okay? Some condensers maybe 0.01. But the point is that this is too small for the mixer to handle. The mixer operates at around 1 volt. So you need to boost the signal in order for the mixer to modify it. So that's what the gain does. The gain boosts that tiny, tiny signal to the point where the mixer can deal with it. If you set the gain too low, you will have no sound. If you set it too high, you will get distorted sound. All right? I'm going to teach you something called gain setting procedure, and then we'll get a couple of you guys to do that. So first thing is, make sure that the channel is off, okay? Now, on some mixers, there is a mute button. This is something that manufacturers cannot agree on. Some manufacturers use an on button, some use a mute button. If your particular board uses a mute button, you want to press mute. Okay, in this case, we have on. This is actually a better system, all right, in my opinion. So, as long channel should be off, okay, master fader should be at 0. Channel fader, usually we leave it all the way down, right? But if channel is off, it doesn't matter where the fader is. Then we press the PFL button, okay? When you press the PFL button, you can see that this starts flashing, right? Now what that is for is to warn you that you have PFL one of the channels. The reason for this is that now this meter is showing the input level for this channel. If this is not engaged, the meter shows the output level of the whole console. The other thing that this does is it routes this channel to your headphones so that you can hear just that channel. So for example, if you have 5 singers and you want to find out who is singing out of tune, you can go through and listen one by one. So the next thing that we do, press PFL, you talk into the microphone, or you get the artist to sing, and then you raise this until the meters are right touching 0. Okay, check 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2. Can you see that? Right? Don't agonize about this. Okay, some people, you know, they like I gotta get exactly at 0. It doesn't matter. Okay, as long as it's around 0. The point is that you don't want it. You don't want it way down there, and you don't want it where it's hitting the top. Okay, you want it kind of around there.
That's why
okay?
you can't. It's just
on most mixers for vocals, this will be between 12 and 2 o'clock. Okay, for instruments, it's usually a little bit lower, right? 10 to 12. That's just a very general rule. All right. Then you set your gain. Then you can switch off this, and you can turn the channel on. And you should have sound. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now, if you forget to switch the channel on, then obviously you will have no sound. Right? Briefly explain these two. We have pad and we have high pass filter. Okay. So as you can see, the pad switch drops the input level by 26 dB. Okay. So if you find that with the gain all the way down, you are still over 0, okay? And this will happen with very powerful inputs, typically things like keyboards. Some CD players will do that, okay? So I can't really simulate it with this, but if you find that with this all the way down, check, you are already over, you will put that in, and then you will find that it gives you check 1, 2. So you can see that now even with it all the way up, I can't hit 0, okay? If I take it out, you'll see that I'm way up there. So this is, up, right? It's useful when you find that the input is too hot for the range of the knob, okay? Other offenders are kick and snare drum, okay? Cajon as well sometimes. So that's what that's for. Obviously, if you find that, hey, how come I have no gain? Sometimes you've pushed that in by accident. This one here, high pass filter, it removes everything below 80 hertz. In other words, it removes the low frequency information that is not useful in live sound. So that area below 100 hertz, there's no, for vocals, unless you're one of these bass singers, right? There is no useful information down there. So you switch it in all the time, right? What lives down there is things like bass guitar, kick drum, air conditioning noise, big trucks going by, that sort of thing. All right? So generally speaking, these should be pushed in for all of the inputs. Then if you have bass, you will let them go. All right? Okay, now then we come to this thing here, which is called the compressor. The reason it is here is that this is where it is in the signal path. So it's placed after gain, before the EQ section, right? the signal literally flows through the circuit board in this order. So from the top it flows to the bottom and then it flows across to the master section. So EQ equalization. If we have, so this is 20 hertz and this is
where I left
20
off,
kilohertz.
So
okay,
we're caught up.
this is the range of human hearing. Okay, so generally speaking, you know, in this area here, this is bass. Okay, this is treble, and this is something called mid-range. So on this board, you have, as you can see here, you have a low, a high, and something called mid, right? What I'll do is I'll draw the effect of those controls for you on the board so you can see, right? This is your low control, plus and minus, right? When you turn to the right or clockwise, this is what you're doing to the tone curve. Turn anti-clockwise, right? This is called boost, and this is called cut. The high or treble does this. Okay. So you have plus and minus. This is, oh, excuse me, this is high. Now, your mid-range is interesting, okay, because the mid-range, you have two controls. You have a frequency and you have a plus minus. The shape of the curve is also different, okay? So these are called, you can see that these, they look like a shelf. They're called a shelving EQ. This is different. It's called a peaking EQ, right? The other thing is that this curve can be moved to different frequencies, all right? So the technical term for this is swept or semi-parametric mid, okay? Now, this diagram is for those who like to geek out on this. You don't really need to understand this. What you need to understand is the effect that the controls have. Okay, so first we do low and high. So the first thing that we have to establish is that the 12 o'clock position is where you always want to start, okay? And this is called flat. I know it
that was a monster.
the reason is not that the sound is, if you say flat to an audiophile, they have an aneurysm because it sounds uninspiring. It just means that you are not altering the tone curve, right? That's why we say flat. Okay, so let's start with low. So if I turn the low knob clockwise, do you expect my voice to get bassier or less bassy? Bassier. Okay, let's try. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Sound. Yeah. So that's a good example of why you don't boost too much. I'll bring the gain down. Sorry, Maria. Okay. One of the things you have to understand about EQ is that EQ is frequency selective gain. So in the same way as if you turn the gain too high, it will feedback. If you boost too much EQ, it will also feedback at that frequency. Wow. Okay, so we've brought the gain down a bit so we don't destroy people over here. If I go the other way, how will it sound? Less bassy. Let's try. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Okay, high. Let's have a look. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear the difference? Yeah. Some people will call this clear. Others will call it sharp or piercing or whatever. Go the other way. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear the difference? Yeah. Sounds like I'm kind of underwater, right?
I hear that.
So one of the things that this should have taught you is that in live sound, you can actually achieve one thing by doing another. And what I mean by that is you can give a sound more apparent bass by cutting the highs. In the same way, you can give a sound more apparent treble by cutting the lows, all right? One of the rules in live sound, it's a rule that is often broken, is that we want to try and cut rather than boost. Because boosting in live sound can lead to feedback very easily. Cutting is always safe in that sense. Okay, so we'll do the mid-range, then I'll get some people to come up. Okay, Now, mid-range. The mid-range, as we have said, can be swept to different frequencies. The low and the high are fixed. Okay, the low in this board is fixed at 100. The high is 10K. With the mid-range, it is sweepable from 250, which is down here, up to 5K, which is kind of trebly, right? So we'll leave it in the middle. The middle is about, I think 1.5, all right? This is what treble sounds like. This is the boost. Check 1, 2. Check, check 1, 2. Yeah? Okay. Not a very pleasant sound. Okay, check 1, 2. Check, check 1, 2. This is going the other way. So some people refer to mid-range as clarity. Some people refer to it as honkiness. Okay, it just depends, all right? So I'll teach you a technique for adjusting mid-range, and it goes like this. So the first thing you do is I'm just going to bring the level down a little bit. So the first thing that you do is you boost the plus minus quite a bit. Okay, so here we'll boost this. Check, check 1, 2. So you can hear the boost, all right? Then you sweep the knob, the frequency knob, which is moving the curve back and forth. You sweep it until the sound is as bad as possible. So listen. So we'll start all the way down. You can hear it's trying to feedback. Check, check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Check, check. You can hear there's a problem there. Sounds awful. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we have a problem. Check 1, 2 there. And we have another problem somewhere. Can you hear? It sounds really horrible there. So then what you do is you move this control from boost to cut. Listen how it changes the sound. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this is flat. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear how the sound cleans up, right? So this is a technique that is often used to find problem areas. With the human voice, there is usually a problem somewhere around 350, 400 hertz. And there is also typically another problem a bit higher, maybe 800, 900, okay? But the number one rule is if you do not know what these knobs do, just leave everything at 12 o'clock, okay? Because that way you are not changing the original signal. Okay, good. This part here is called the auxiliary section. Now, the way to think of this is you think of the audio path as like an MRT line, okay, a train line. Each of these blue knobs and the white knob is like a station. So the sound can get off the main line at any of these stations and go onto a branch line. Okay, it's a bit like changing from MRT to LRT. So you think of this as MRT. The blue and the white is like LRT, smaller lines going off. Okay, so if the knob is all the way down, then the station is shut. Okay, nobody can get off. As you turn it up, you divert some of the sound. Okay, now the reason that we need this is that we often have other destinations that we need to send the sound to. Allow me to explain. So you have this speaker that's hung up here, all right? And this is called house or front of house speaker, right? And this is for the audience to hear. right? Everyone knows this, right? We've all seen PA systems like this. Good. Now, the question is, can the performer hear the front of house speaker? Not really. He can hear the low and low mid frequencies that come off the back. But if you've ever stood behind a speaker, you will know that the sound is not very clear coming from the back, and there's a good reason for that. So how can he hear himself? Excellent, right? So you have to put another speaker on stage pointing at the artist, right? And these are called? Good, well done. Okay, so these are called mons or monitor speakers, all right? So you now have two separate sets of speakers. You have front of house and you have monitors. So you need a way to divert the sound to go to the monitor speakers. That's where the auxiliaries come in, okay? So in a typical band situation, you will have different monitors on the stage, okay? So let's say we have a stage, all right? We have drums, right? Maybe we have bass, we have, right, keys, we have a lead singer, right? And maybe we have a guitar player, all right? Each of these people needs to be able to hear, okay? So, you know, you have a speaker here, you'll have a speaker here, speaker here, speaker here, and then if the drummer's lucky, we'll have one there. Each of these people needs to hear a specific combination of sounds. So for example, the lead singer, right? What does the lead singer need to hear? Exactly, right? So singers must hear themselves. Otherwise, it's like trying to sing with your fingers in your ears, right? So lead singer needs to hear himself first and foremost, all right? Chances are he can hear the drums because the drummer is right behind him, right? Probably can hear the bass from the bass amplifier and so on. So many lead singers, they want only their voice in that monitor, okay? So this combination of sounds that he wants to hear is referred to as a monitor mix, right? So maybe you assign him 1, right? Then the guitarist will call it 2, right? Keyboard, maybe we'll call it 3. Drums and bass, maybe 4, right? Because drums and bass typically need similar things, okay? So you can see that you have 4 different monitor mixes here. And that is why you have so many of these. So you can see on this you have 3 blue and 1 white, okay? So this is why you have these extra stops on the MRT line. Does everyone follow that argument? Yeah? Okay. And the idea is that when you mix a show, you are not just controlling one mix, right? The faders are one mix. When you control this, you're controlling what you hear, right? Yeah. When you control these, you are controlling what's on stage. It's not always like that, but generally speaking, faders are for front of house, this one, okay? And the knobs are for here, all right? So this brings us to the concept of this pre and post-fade auxiliary send. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use this adapter, okay? I'm going to unplug from the left speaker, excuse me, I'm going to unplug from the left output, and I'm going to connect this to the aux2 output. Okay. So now obviously, check 1, 2. You can hear that this speaker is no sound now, right? Because I unplugged it. Okay. So I'm going to bring this fader all the way down. No sound because fader is all the way down. I faded out that speaker. Now I'm going to bring, this is in aux2. I'm going to bring my aux2 master up. Okay. This is the master for this output, same as this is the master for the front of house. Then what I'll do is I will bring up my, sorry, wrong channel. I'm going to bring this up, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. So you can hear that there's sound. All right. Notice that the fader is still down. This configuration is called pre-fade aux send, all right? And the logic is that no matter what you do with the fader, so now that speaker's starting to make sound, no sound. Notice that this does not change, yeah? And the reason for that is that when you are mixing a show, you are constantly making small changes here, right? You don't want the guy's monitor to be getting louder and softer. You would drive him crazy. Okay. This allows us to have a signal on stage that is constant. All right. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to press this button, and you notice the sound has disappeared.
How the hell
okay?
is this thing
Now, what we'll do is we'll bring this up.
Huh?
Okay. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Notice that the sound has come back. So now this is tracking the fader. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Okay. This is post-fade auxiliary send. Okay. Monitors are generally run pre-fade, and there is a use for the post-fade, but you know this can royally confuse some people. Again, your seniors will guide you when you actually implement that. Now that's a very good question. It depends on the mixer. Okay, on this mixer, all of the aux sends are post EQ. So in other words, the changes that you make here affects what the artist hears on stage. On the more expensive boards, it is switchable. Related to this is what happens when we turn the channel on and off. Do you think this still works? Let's find out. So it's on. I'm going to turn the channel off. Check, check, 1, 2. No sound. Okay? So you must remember that the channel on-off affects all of your aux sends as well, right? So if this is off, everything dies. And there's a very good reason for that. In live sound, if you have a feedback emergency on stage, you may not know which of these 5 speakers is feeding back. So it's good to be able to just turn everything off, okay? And if it's in the middle of a song, sometimes just turning it off for half a second can be enough to deal with the problem, okay? So same thing, you notice if I bring up the fader, no sound anywhere, okay? If I turn it on, now we have sound in both speakers, all right? So the last thing, all right, we've covered this. This red knob is your pan control, okay? Listen, so check 1, 2, yeah, over on the left, check 1, 2, over on the right, and this is call center, right? What's the point of having this? When would you use this pan control? When do you want like only half the audience to be able to hear stuff? No, yeah, a number of you are shaking your head, right? So the answer is that in live sound, we almost never pan stuff to hard left or hard right. And the reason for that is that typically the audience on the left side can't hear the right speakers, all right? And so on. The exception to this is when you have a stereo source that is connected to 2 mono channels. Now, this is not the correct connectors, right? But this is just for illustration. So some mixers have no stereo channels. The Mackie is a good example. So when you bring a stereo channel in, you must connect it to 2 mono channels like this, all right? Again, this is just for illustration. So when you do this, you will pan the left signal hard left. So we find 11. You pan this hard left and the right signal hard right, and your pan controls will look like this, okay? This will create the correct stereo image. If you leave them in the middle, what you are doing is you are basically turning it into a mono signal, all right? So that's an example of when you would pan them. So you have on-off switch, we've explained that. This peak light, okay, I didn't cover it just now, but if you turn, check 1, 2, if you turn your gain too high, you can see that I'm right at the top of the meters, okay? Can you see the peak light is flashing, okay? This serves to warn you that you are driving the channel into distortion, all right? And this is a very ugly sound, so I'm going to turn the channel on. I'm going to bring the fader up just a little bit so you can hear what it sounds like. Okay, so check 1,
We were
2,
peaking
check,
the
check,
other
1,
earlier
2,
today.
check 1, 2. Right? That's not good. Okay, you do not want to hear that. So that's what if you see this thing staying on, you must bring your gain down. Okay, if it flashes now and then, it's okay, but it must not stay on. Okay, below that you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and ST and PFL. You guys probably noticed that there are a couple faders here that are labeled group 1, 2, and group 3, 4. Okay, so
Nice.
at this point, it's important to understand that once the signal gets to here, it goes across and it goes out of the mixer. There are different ways that you can route it. If your ST stands for stereo, okay? If your ST is down, it goes directly to this one and it goes out of the board. That is how you will operate 90% of the time, okay? So you must double check that this is down. If it is not down, the signal goes nowhere, all right? These three switches say when the signal reaches the bottom, where do you want me to go? All right, so make sure your ST is down. The other
That's
two,
pretty good.
group 1, 2, and 3, 4, serve to allow you to group or to segregate your channels in a certain way, okay? Why would you want to do this? Let's say that you have 4 backing singers, okay, on the
Needs
first
more
4
spice.
channels. You do the sound check, you discover, okay, number 1 is quite soft, number 2 is louder, number 3 is in the middle, number 4 is like real soft, okay? So you have them all
spice.
nicely balanced. Let's say that during the concert, you suddenly discover, oh, they are all just a little bit too loud, right? How are you going to deal with it? You could try and bring all the faders down, right? But then chances are is that you will lose track of the relative positioning. So what you can do is you can group them into a single fader. So what you do is you unassign them from ST and you press in 1, 2 on all 4.
It must
Then
be
what will
aux.
happen
It must
is
be
that
aux
these
send.
4 will go here, and from there you send them to ST. All right? So that means that, say, all your backing singers are too soft, go up a little bit. All backing singers too loud, go down a little bit.
ST
All right?
means
So
stereo.
this is the live sound application. Typically, you have 2 of these. You can use, say, 1, 2 for drums, 3, 4 backing singers, or some engineers prefer 1, 2 is all the instruments, 3, 4 is all the vocals. Okay? It's up to you.
It's
Now,
so bland.
the recording guys
I didn't spice
will
it right.
use the groups to send to their recorder. These have outputs on the back of the board, so they are separate group outputs. Okay, if you look at the back of the board, you'll see that it says aux 1 to 4, and then the bottom it says group out. Okay,
Yeah.
the group outs can be used in a similar way to the auxes to send signal to other destinations. Typically, you might use them. The auxes are used for stage monitors, right? The groups, maybe you use them for front fills or delays on bigger systems, that sort of thing.
Why
All
don't
right?
I get it?
So that's what the groups do. If in doubt, make sure that your STs are all down, okay? Yeah, even on the larger boards, I personally
can't
don't
figure it
use
out.
groups all that much, okay? The exception is where you mix stuff like, for example, musicals where you have an orchestra and you sometimes need to turn the orchestra up or down or something like that. Okay, the last one, PFL, we know.
I just thought of it.
fader.
I think
The
I
only
just
other
thought of
thing
it.
that we need to understand is that the fader should
I just figured out
usually
a
be
solution.
somewhere.
I just figured out a solution for me. If I... No, I think I just lost it again. I know how to do this now. Yeah, I did. No, I just figured it out. I've been thinking about it the wrong way. I figured out the easy way which is the hard way. Because I don't know what I'm doing, I have a way to do this with 2 mixers. I'm sure we can do it with 1 if I knew how to do it, but I'm gonna do it with 2 mixers, and here's how. I just lost it. Again. Let's talk the 16 and the 20. The 16 here. No, I just lost it. Again. Let me start at the end. The MG20XU behind me. That needs to be going into the computer. Yeah, I think I got it. And then the microphone needs to go into the MG20XU, and that'll go into my computer. Right? Follow me here. Then what happens is the MG16XU right here, it goes into that mixer, and it goes into the speakers and the speaker system. That way the microphone is excluded from the speaker system. And then in a way to make it even more complex, we'll have a send from the 20XU to the 16. Right? Or no? I actually don't know. And that's gotta be one of the most complicated ways to do this. Let's just ask. I don't want to ask. It's like the Rubik's Cube. Fuck! It's like the Rubik's Cube. If I don't ask and I just have to teach myself, it'll probably go better. Where am I fucking up and why am I so stupid? Like, seriously, I would like to know. Where the fuck am I fucking up on this whole 2 mixer thing? Why can't I figure it out? I know why. Because we haven't fucked with the aux send. He said singers want to hear themselves and no one else. So they need group out or aux send. I think he said aux send. I wish I knew what the fuck I was doing. Seriously, what the fuck am I doing? It's such a simple, easy answer. And I'm going the wrong direction when I look at source select between stereo and group and 1, 2, and 3 and 4. Maybe that is it. Over near monitor and phones. I think that's the wrong way. I'm over here and I'm looking at this and I'm like, maybe that's where, and it's like, no, that's not where. What I need to be doing is coming through here, group 1 and 2, and stereo send. Oh, here are the auxes. Aux 1, aux 2, aux 3, aux 4. And there's send masters. And then aux out. Aux send. It has to be aux send. I have determined it has to be aux send. Aux send? Really?
Near zero. Okay, this is called unity. You will see some engineers where their faders are all way down at the bottom. Okay, this is not good because it means your gain is set too high. You'll see other engineers whose faders are all way at the top. Again, that one, chances are gain is too low. All right, the middle of the fader has the greatest resolution, meaning that it gives you the greatest precision when it comes to adjusting the sound. At the bottom, moving just a couple you'll get 10 dB of change. All right? Good.
I am so far in over my head. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to figure it out, but not today.
What do we have in the master section? Up here, we have a foot switch input. The foot switch is there for you to switch the effects on and off. Okay? There is a button, but this is designed for people who are playing guitar or keyboard while doing sound. So they will punch in and out with a foot pedal. Here's where you connect your headphones. Down here, this is your effect section, or the list of effects, effect number that is active. You have your meters. The meters, as you know, when PFL is active, they show the level of that channel. When it is not active, they will show the output of the board. Down here, you have, these are the controls for the effect section. You have your aux masters. Here you have something that's labeled monitor level and phones level. Now, phones is the level for your headphones. Monitor level, there is another set of outputs behind that is labeled monitor out. Okay, now this monitor is not stage monitor, it is studio monitor out. Okay, it's used for when the desk is used in recording applications. For live sound, typically is not used. You can use it as an additional output. For example, if you want to record the gig for your own reference. Below that, we have these switches allow you to select what you hear in your headphones, whether you want to hear stereo or the groups. And then here, this is the effects return that we will explain. Okay, so let's move on to the effects section. So to begin with, what do we mean by this effects? Okay, have you all heard during the 7th month those Getai bands? Okay, and do you realize that there's a lot of like echo on the voice? I use the Getai bands because they tend to use a lot of effects. Western music doesn't use so much. Okay, so you may, first of all, we need to establish two terms. The first is dry. Dry is not no alcohol, it's no effects. Okay, so this sound, I'll give myself a bit of compression. This is no effects. Okay, if I send some effect, check, 1, 2, right? You can hear there's an effect. Okay, so this is referred to as wet. The way that this was done in the old days, I know I say the old days, they still do it today, but you have...
Did you know there's a
mix
wet
up.
and a dry?
Okay.
There's a wet and a dry and a wet.
Pardon
knob
the
right here.
the coarseness of
On
my
the DJ
drawing.
deck.
Okay, these are your meters. You would have an external effects unit.
Oh,
Okay.
fuck.
Looks a little bit like
I don't know what's
amplifier or wireless mics that lives in the rack. Okay. And you would send a signal. So this would be called your effect send. And this is dry.
I wish I knew what the fuck I was doing.
You would then
I guess we wouldn't
have
be watching the video, would we?
an effects
The longer I don't know what's
return
happening, the more video we're gonna
that
crush.
was wet. Okay? And this in live sound, this is
So it's
100% wet. And the idea is that you blend the dry sound, because we understand that the fader is the dry sound, right? No effect. The effects return is 100% effect. On this board, it's this knob here. Okay? All right. So the way that you send effects to the engine in this mixer is you turn up the white knob. Okay? So what you do is you make sure that your channel is on. Okay? You make sure that this effects return is turned up and that it's switched on, and then you just turn up the white knob. Okay, so this, it happens to be set to effect number 1. Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's your effect. Okay, so right now, if I leave that on, I'll drive myself nuts. Okay, so right now you are listening to the blend of the dry and the wet. Okay, if I turn the ST off, check, check, 1, 2, this is the 100% wet. This is, now, you'd never use that because you can't understand what's going on,
We
right?
just need to switch my microphone.
But basically, you are blending that in with the original sound to create something that is acoustically pleasing. Okay, now, you have to ask the question, why do we do this? Okay, you could argue
Send
that the
what's
Thai
send
band,
master?
the primary audience is
I
not
don't know
human,
anymore.
all right? So maybe they like that kind of sound, all right? But the point is that you think about it, music is usually performed in venues that have some acoustic ambience, okay? Concert halls, people who sing in choirs, right? You
Why
sing in
can't
a
I
concert
figure this
hall.
out? So
The concert hall
fucked up on
has
this.
some reverberation.
With two
okay?
mixers, I can't figure it
When
out.
you put a mic
Fuck. We should
this
be able to do it on
distance
one.
from somebody's mouth, you lose
I thought I was
that
gonna outsmart
aspect of
learning
the
it
sound.
with two
So you
mixers.
need to add it back in electronically, right? If you have somebody perform with no reverb, the effect will be that their voice will sound like there's something missing, okay? And the reason is that all modern music is recorded with effects. So if you don't have that in live sound, it will sound like something is missing, right? It will sound it will sound like the voice is naked or thin or something.
So, if there's one mixer going to the computer, and I can't figure out how to separate it, because I know we can do it on one mixer, and it has to be aux send. But let's do it without it. Philosophically, if we have one mixer, this one, right next to me, heading into the computer, it has sound from the computer coming in. Going to the speakers, more or less. How are we? Oh no, we are. Yeah, we're sending through two mixers right now. Yeah, so we just have to separate. All right, I'm just gonna do it the hardest way. The hardest way. is I'm gonna move my microphone onto that other mixer. No, that's not the hardest way. All right, I'm looking it up. No, don't look it up. You can do this. Because I don't even know what I'm looking up. I know they're not going to give me the answer. That's why I'm not looking it up. If I did want to look it up, make the question smaller. So, what is aux send for? Creates a separate audio mix for things like stage monitors, and these speakers are stage monitors. They're studio monitors, so they can hear themselves. I don't want that. I want the opposite of we can hear ourselves on the stage monitors. Or send to an external. Yeah, it has to be the aux send. That's why I can't figure it out on one mixer or two mixers, because I bet it's just straight up out the aux send. Fuck you. And it'll be funny when we look back on it. Oh yeah, back in the day when I didn't know what aux send meant for an hour and a half. This is what I don't know. Pre-fader and post-fader. Each channel, aux knob, each channel has an aux knob, auxiliary knob, to control how much signal goes to the aux send. You can choose pre-fader or post-fader. That's going to have to do with the oscilloscope. Eventually, you always do pre-fader for the oscilloscope monitors because you want the signal pre-faded. You don't want to fade out the signal smaller. You want that line out going into that oscilloscope as strong of a signal so you don't fade it. That's what we would need pre-fader for. It says you can choose pre-fader or post-fader. I got it. So that's just what this button is. Okay, I got it. I don't know what that means, but I got it. For all of the aux sends? Would that be for all 4 aux sends? Why is it in the middle between 2 and 3? I guess it's just where it is. Pre. He's gonna explain that the pre-aux send is for like 1 and 2 or 3 and 4. I don't even know. It might be only 1 and 2. I vaguely remember him saying that 1 and 2 might be only pre whatever. I don't know. I get so lost. It's just knobs and colors at some point. It's like if you had a box of just loose knobs and they're like chess pieces after you're done with them. That's what this board looks like sometimes. It's funny. It's more funny than upsetting, but it's like funny. It's just like a box of fucking loose knobs at some point. You know what I mean? Like at some point when you don't know where, when you go back to the drawing board on the mixer You could mistake it for just a cardboard box of these knobs, just loose leaf in there, like used chess pieces, like taken chess pieces. Like you just look at the mixer and go, I don't even fucking know what we're talking about, and I'm trying to say something. I'm trying not to let it vex me over here. Why do those have... Oh, yeah, they moved it down. I got it. It has to be the aux send. But what does that mean? Just start doing it. What that means, really, in a greater sense, is I just have to start turning knobs and plugging things in. At this point, I have to stop trying to figure it out in my head and like walk over there and start turning knobs and plugging things in. Like, really, seriously, just start turning things. Just start turning things at this point. Just begin. Again, like sometimes when you're trying to orient yourself, like a map, like where am I on this thing? You go, it's a box of knobs, just loose in there, isn't it? What do I know? You take inventory. You stop for a second. You go, wait, what do I really know about this mixer? And you go, it looks like a box of loose knobs. Not connected to anything. Shit. What is the stereo? Oh, no. Let's go back to drawing board. We're going to do this the ultra hard way. The most complex solution I have. I'm not going to have any control over my microphone at all. Wait, do we have to do that? Hold on, I just lost it again. It's this into the computer. Fuck. Dude, I'm so fucking lost on this thing. I'm so lost on this. I can't believe I can't figure this out with two mixers. That's ridiculously stupid. It's gotta be aux send. I don't even know. I'm so lost. I'm starting to just get lost now. Fuck. Wait. 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 No. No, I almost had it. I don't have it. This mixer next to me goes into the computer. God damn it, I can't figure this out. God damn it. One day it's gonna be so simple and clear. It'll be like funny to watch this show, but like I'm fucking lost right now. Let's see if this guy's got me.
like that.
It's
Spoken
like,
word.
it's like, you know what? I'm actually done trying to figure this out. You just talk for a bit, and maybe we'll stumble over something.
No, I don't go and stick that on your lecturer or your teacher or that time. Spoken word, dry, always, okay? Unless it's a special effect, right? Maybe the guy is teaching about it. All right, so that's why we do it. How much? Good question. This is much too much, okay? I'm doing this so that you can hear the effect. For live sound, usually what I tell people is you turn up the knob until you can hear it's there, and then you turn it back a bit. So check, 1, 2, 2,
So
2.
the sound
okay, I can
effects
hear
is
it's there, so I
auxiliary.
turn it back. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2.
FX
That's
is
more than enough. Okay,
the
so
FX
you can hear
return.
that is
I don't
Sorry.
fucking know anymore.
dry, no effect. Check 1, 2. This is with the effect. Okay.
All I know
so
is I
you
like
can
the
understand
16XU
why
better
it sounds
than
like there's
20
something missing, right?
back there.
Okay,
I have both,
so
but I
let's
like the
quickly
16
run
better.
through the different types of effects. You can see there under types of FX, reverb, delay, modulation, distortion, all of this. The easiest way for me to show you is just to spin through them, okay? In your master section, you have a knob here, which is used to select the program. You can see the number is changing. Below that, there is a parameter knob which changes a certain aspect of the reverb. Okay, so let's begin. So
You know what's awesome about this? I have to wait for my amplifier to get here. It's in the mail. So if I bet I can't figure this out by the time the amplifier gets here tomorrow. Yeah. I bet I can't figure this out by the time the amplifier gets here for the subwoofer. So it's like, yeah, it's taking forever to figure this out, but I have to wait for the thing to get here anyway. What time is it? Fuck. We wasted all the...
to anything that says rev something, that is a type of reverb. So reverb simulates an acoustic space. So this is hall. Hall means concert hall. And the parameter is the size of the hall. So all the way down, you can hear that it sounds smaller, right? And this is middle. All the way up, this is a larger space. To
If mixer 1 leaves a train station going 35 miles per hour, right? And then mixer 2 leaves a train station going 45 miles an hour or whatever. There's a math problem here that's so simple that I don't get. And let's start there. One of these mixers goes into the computer, or both could, but no. One of these mixers goes to the computer. And then so we'll call that mixer 1. It might be mixer 2 at this point. It might be mixer 2. Technically, if that mixer behind me is going into this mixer, and then this mixer is going into the computer, this would be mixer 2 next to me, even though I just called it number 1, and that would be 1. Fuck. Okay, so let's call the mixer 1 behind me mixer 1. Let's call mixer 2 next to me mixer 2. If mixer 2 is going into my computer, and I've got speakers that have to come out of mixer 1 or 2, and I don't want my own voice in there, but I do want all of the sound and all the music to come out of them. No, I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. You know why? Because I guess I would want both mixers plugged into the same computer. That's how I'm trying to do this. Is both would have to be plugged in, but I don't like that. I'm gonna put my foot down and be like, we gotta look this up because I don't like that solution. Let's guess though. Let's guess. Oops, mute these guys. I hate their stupid commercials. What the fuck is going on right now? Seriously, what the fuck happened? What the fuck? Aux send. Alright, let's use aux send. Now that I can't figure out what the fuck to do, let's do this with aux send. I actually think I got it. Do I got it? I don't think I got it. I actually think I got it. Maybe. I maybe think I got it. The hard way, not the easy way where I look it up, the hard way. I'm losing it. I'm losing it again though. No. Use aux send to try to fix it. I can't. No, don't use the aux send. Do it with stereo outs. I wish I could figure this out. I wish I could figure it out. I can't. We have to dab. I'm gonna pick at this and we have to dab. Each mixer has 2 stereo outs. So I still like mixer 2 is here and mixer 1 is there. Even though mixer 1 is the 20 XU and mixer 2 is the 16. Ideally you'd want mixer 2 to be the 20. We could just call it mixer 2 and this will be mixer 1. We should do that. Depends on who's the center of the universe, you know? Whether 1 is 1 or 2 is 2. Why can't I figure this fucking thing out? Can't believe it. I can't believe this. There's no reason. I'm like, I have this urge to plug the 20 XU behind me into the computer, but there should be zero reason why. Because they're the same mixer. They have the same capabilities. There should be philosophically and physically and, you know, realistically, there should be no reason why we need to plug one mixer in and not the other. Other than the, you know, preference. So resist the temptation, resist the urge. The answer is definitely not plug the other one into the computer. Unless we're doing both. If we're only going to plug one in, it doesn't matter which one we plug into the computer. We can start there and cut off every option where we start. That's the stone I'm standing on. The single stone I'm standing on, trying to get stepping stones here, is it's made. That stone is made of the fact that my instinct and my urge to plug the other one into the computer to fix this has nothing to do with anything because they're the same thing. So technically, that one can just go and it's fine. And now I'm gonna stand on that fact. I don't like it at all because my idea is wrong, but now we have a leg to stand on here. So we know that whatever solution this whole fucking thing is, it's got nothing to do with plugging the other one into my computer. So it's the rock that I stand on, unless we need to plug both in. But yeah, let me turn my microphone down. I think we're too loud. So the USB over here does not need to be on. It doesn't even need to be on. It needs to be engaged. I'm off it again. I'm lost. I'm lost again. Um Not only do I not have the answer, I'm not even thinking about this the right way. There's a simple way to think about this. With like baby toys, you could demonstrate it. 4 little baby toys, I'm sure. And I don't even know where to begin. Although I do know that the stepping stone, the one stepping stone we have a leg on, is the answer is not I need to plug the other one in, unless we need them both in. It could be totally we need both in. Fuck everyone, fuck everything. You know, there's nothing you can do. That would suck. I don't think there's any way that's true. So we're not gonna do that. We're gonna stand on that stone. I'm sure we don't need to plug something else in. So what that means is you have to okay, here let's start here. What do you want? And I'm talking to me here. What do I want? I want my microphone to not be on the speakers. But I do want my microphone on the computer. I think the answer we already found the answer. It's aux send and do it the hard way with aux send. Aux send creates a separate audio mix. God damn it, why don't I understand that? Okay, no, 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 no. So on my microphone, if I turn up aux 1, right, and it says pre, and aux 2 says pre, and aux 3 does not say pre, and aux 4 says FX. Okay, that answers two questions. It answers two questions. It means that aux 1 and aux 2 are pre, and I've read that now. And it means that aux 4 is the FX send. So the effects, FX stands for effects. It's a short way to write it. I thought all 4 of these were like FX sends. They're not. It's a stupid thing to say and it's a stupid thing to think. And it's the stupidest thing is to say it out loud so everyone knows. But that's what this show is about. Yeah, because the easiest thing in the world is to listen to me and make fun of it. You know? That's the easiest thing ever, is to act like you're better than what I'm trying to figure out. Because for someone who's never seen this before, it's confusing. You could be more confused than me and just watch my show and act like you're better than it all. You know, that's why we go over what I don't know in the show, because it's a better show and people learn more. Fuck. Aux send. It's starting to look like a box of knobs again. I'll tell you too when it's starting to look like just a box of loose knobs. All of a sudden. No. Aux 1. Commit. Stay with the aux 1 theory here and turn a knob. After that little speech, turn this aux 1 knob up. And that aux send. I'm afraid again. Wait. No, I think I get it. No, wait. I think I'm having an epiphany. We need to aux send everything else except the microphone. No, I hope that's it, but it might not be. The mixer hurts your brain. The voltage in the amplifier can shock you and electrocute you. The confusion on two mixers and even just one mixer is like on the brain right now. My brain is sort of giving up trying to understand it. It's throwing in. My brain is throwing in some sort of towel right now into a boxing ring about what I understand about these knobs. I'm like, let's go dab. Let's go hit the dab rigs and get back in there. We're going to get you back in for round whatever. I don't care what round it is. He's throwing in the towel. Let's get you back on this dab rig and get you back in the boxing ring, because I know you can. Don't throw in the towel here. It's aux send. It's like aux send. Why isn't it group 2? What really bothers me is why isn't it group out? Because the answer is because for anyone to hear group out on the mixer, it has to be stereo send. I mean, I think I know it and I confirmed it and I'm saying it out loud. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just saying words that I don't know what I'm talking about. It's funny how the mixer, like nothing else, has me saying words that I don't know. I don't really know what I'm talking about when I say stereo send. You know, I get it, but like, why? Group 1 cannot be heard. Why? Maybe we need to. What if we enable? I just thought of an idea. What if we do engage the USB button on the channel? On the 16th channel over there. What if we do engage? I don't think that's it though. See, this is what I mean. Like, stop deluding yourself. I don't think that's gonna work. We might have already tried it. It's such a simple. Someone could walk in here, like a child could walk in here and tell me the answer in 20 seconds, flat. And I would just sit here and go, I knew it was aux. I would sit here just offended and so defensive and be like, I knew it was aux send. You heard me say aux send, and I don't really know it, but I would be like, I knew it was aux send, and still having no idea why it's not group out. I don't understand why group 1 and 2 can't be heard on the USB out when when stereo send is not pushed in. I don't understand why we can't hear it. So, because of that, I have to come up with this big, elaborate solution here. And the difference between aux send and group out right now is fucking me up hard. I don't get it. I don't get it. What is it? What is it? What is it doing? What is that thing? What is it? Damn it. Aux send and group out. No. I get it. Why can't we hear group out? That's what pisses me off a lot. That's gonna piss me off. That we can't hear group 1 and 2. I'm sure there's a good reason. I bet there's a great reason. It's because you can use aux 1. The answer is because I should just be using aux 1. Someone should make a hammer and engrave it aux 1 and be like, I'm gonna hit you with this thing if you say group out one more time. You know, and it's like, okay. I'll try aux. I don't like it, but I'll try aux out. That's what we're gonna try next. Alright, what the fuck are we gonna do with aux out? This is where I got lost last time, where I lost it. It's like not my temper, but I lost the plan. It's what we're gonna pre-fade. No, what we're group out. No, there's no aux send. Oh fuck, I don't know. There's like a suck out. You know what I mean? That someone's gonna make that joke. You know. There's a use suck button. Okay. It's so funny. I can't figure this out. This is hilarious. No, it's not. I don't even feel weird about it. I hardcore don't get it, and the reason I don't feel weird at all about it because once I understand this, I'm never gonna forget it. At this point, this is ridiculous. It has to be. I'm looking at all of these. Speaking of what is it, it's not this. Use a process of elimination on one of these. It's not this. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's none of those. It might be aux out. It might be those. It's not that. It might be some of these down here. The sends, the group send, the stereo send, the pre-fader listen might get involved. So if it does feel like we're just aux out. I'm gonna try aux out. I keep saying it. Group out is about sending to the stereo, but why do we have group out? Oh yeah, because no, it might be group out. Wait a minute. I think I just thought of a solution to group out this. Fuck. No, I can't come up with anything. What if here's the thing I'm trying to say. What if we use group 1, 2 out with the stereo not engaged? How would we solve the problem with that? Like it's a tool. Like we have to use group 1 out, 2 out, but we're not gonna send to stereo. That would literally mean that we need to plug in group out, but what would it be? Why would we do that, and what would it be? That's the next step. Those are the next 2 steps. Why would we group out something like that? And what would it be to solve my problem? If we don't want to hear, we want to hear everything on these, we want to hear everything coming out of here except for the microphone. I don't think I can get it. I'm focusing and tuning in as hard as I can. I don't get it. Yeah, I've got steak. I'm gonna go get the steak out of my teeth. We'll reset. We need to dab and we'll reset again. I thought about it enough. I thought about it too hard. Fuck. It has to be aux out. Stop trying to do it with group. Forget it. Just forget it. Let me ask you, before we get into this. Let me ask you a question. I got a good question for this goddamn computer. What is the difference between group out and aux out? Group out, bundle channels, right, got it, like drums, for unified processing, yeah, mixing and mastering and feeding the main mix. That whole and feeding the main mix is not optional on what I'm trying to do. That's why I'm fucked up on this so hard, because that's not what you use group outs for. I must be thinking of aux out. It unifies processing, which means it takes 3 faders you're trying to use at once and makes it one. Unifies processing and feeds the main mix. That's where I'm fucked up on, because I'm trying to not do that. Often replacing the original channel's main path. I don't like that. I don't like the way you just said that. While aux out, auxiliary send, creates separate, parallel mixes. That has to be the answer. That has to be the answer. I won't accept it, but it has to be. Using per channel sends. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say. Because I don't want our microphone. In other words, using pre-channel sends, I want to send everything else except our microphone to the fucking stereo. See, like where the fog is clearing. I'm like shouting into the fog of war. What are we fucking doing? And like it's parting. My breath is starting to part the fog a little bit. Although there's like a wind, we're also shouting into the wind a little bit. Using per channel sends. That can be pre-fader. I get it, but like I can't even remember what I'm trying to do. Independent of main mix. Yeah, there's 2 ways. We're either going to send the microphone somewhere, or we're going to send everything else except the microphone. I can't get it. I can't get it. It's going to be so funny to know it later and watch. We're not even going to watch the show. It's going to be so... Aux out. Purpose: to create separate independent mixes for different destinations. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Pre-fader, post-fader, fine. Post-fader is with effects, yeah. control. The aux send tap point can be pre-fader for consistent monitor levels or post-fader. Yeah, I get it. Routing. Each channel has a send knob and slash fader. Yeah, I got that. To control how much of the signal goes to the aux bus, independent from its main mix fader. Right, so these aux knobs are technically faders down here. Each channel has a send knob, has an aux send knob to control how, which is a fader, to control how much of the signal goes to the aux bus, and that's the aux out, independent from the main mix fader. So the main mix fader could be nothing, and the aux out bus could be controlled by that fader. Yeah, so that's what it is. Go get the hammer that says aux out on it. Aux and groups on mixers. I'm afraid to watch it. Groups are for summing and processing channels together, often replacing the main path. Auxes are for create, except in USB out. There should be like a parentheses there. Whereas the other thing, auxes are for creating parallel, separate mixes. That's exactly what I'm talking about with this. We don't want to hear my I was gonna say my speakers, my microphone through the speakers. I wish I knew what the fuck I was doing. Oh no, I think I know what it is. So we're gonna aux out on everything else except the microphone. God damn it. Why do I fucking suck at this? Alright, just start moving things and doing knobs. Go.
To change, you click and then press the knob down. This is 2. You can hear it's a different sort of hall. Okay? Maybe more metallic sounding, something like that. 3 and 4 are room reverbs. Room is a smaller space yet, okay? And this is the size of the room. Very small room. Check. 1, 2. You can hear almost nothing. Huh? If I turn it off,
I
check 1, 2.
Right,
this is dry. Check.
Stop. How do I go live? No. How do I... God damn it. See, this is why I didn't want to ask the computer. This is why I didn't want to ask the computer. Wait, aux 1 pre. This is the no, that's the FX. Dude, I'm off it. Oh no, this says send master. Aux 1 send master. What the fuck is that? That means everything's with the aux 1 turned up. That's the master. It's like, fine. What does that mean? Shit. Aux 1. I'm gonna have to give up on this. We're gonna have to dab. I'm just gonna hard cut and give up on figuring it out because I sort of need a break from thinking about it at this point. I should take a break from thinking about it. We need to play around with the aux. I think I actually know how to do this. We have to play around with the aux send. We're going to play around with it. You can do this. Yeah, start the show again. Turn the show way, way down in volume. Especially if they're that color. And then turn me up. I can't even hear me. Okay. What in the fuck am I doing? Oh, I can hear myself now. All right. I'm sorry, man. I can't listen to one more second of you. So I don't need to plug the other thing in. Very good. Very good, as they say. Okay. I can't believe how lost I got. I can't really believe how lost we got in this mixer stuff. I'm so lost. Okay, this is the music. Whoops. Hold on. Turn off. I think there's some gypsy problem we're having on the news here. Turn off LBC radio. They're talking about the gypsies or something. Just turn it off. I'm trying to concentrate. Alright, let me think here. Okay, go back to basics. Turn this off. We can hear me. We can hear me. We can still hear me, I'm assuming. This has to be the answer. Right here, we can't hear shit for stereo. This is the answer. Going back to basics right now, what I just did, this is the answer because it's not stereo sending at all. We're not stereo sending to shit. And we can hear it on the computer. So if we add these to like a group out, and then we turn on group out, we might be able to group things out from here. I'm gonna go do my teeth. I'm gonna go fix my teeth. I'm gonna go floss my teeth. I have meat stuck in my teeth, and it's gonna be a good break to. I'm gonna finish this. Oh, you know what? Give me this. Give me this little toothpick. We'll cheat with the toothpick. And then I'll go floss, but let me just get this out while I'm sitting here. Not getting it. Gosh darn it. This has to be the answer right here, though. This is the fucking answer. This is the fucking answer to all of my problems. I think 2 mixers is a great start to what I'm trying to do. I actually think, like, with what the fucking particular shit I'm doing, 2 mixers might actually be what we need. And, like, I'm so glad I have them. But, like, I just need to figure out what the hell is happening. Okay, let me change the music. Good. That'll help us. That'll help us figure out what I'm doing. Group 1 and 2 is out. Now if I disengage stereo and turn on group 1 and 2, we should hear this. No? No? Oh yeah, and that's because it has to be send stereo send. Alright, so let me turn this all the way back lower, and then I'm going to engage stereo send, and group out should work now. Does it? I hear it barely. Yeah, there it is. Now, if I disengage stereo send, we can't hear it anymore, right? I hate that. I fucking hate that. And I don't know why that is. Let me engage stereo send again and then turn it off. You know why? Because you know why I hate that? Because I'm not trying to use groups. In other words, I'm trying to solve a problem with groups that I need to solve with aux send. So let's do that now. Let's get some serious aux send. So all I need to do is turn up the aux send of everything else except no. darn it. I wish I knew what the fuck I was doing. Oh wait, I think I just thought of it. No. I just thought of it. I think I just thought of it. This is gonna be crazy. This is gonna be crazy. Alright, I'm gonna do it with the music first. No? No. Nothing. Shit. Yeah, I'm out of ideas now. Again. Okay, this is good. Wait. Can I disengage stereo send on that? No, I can't. Why is aux 1 like that? Okay, because I'm not thinking about it the right way. Aux 1 just sends out. Don't think of it the way I'm thinking of it. What happened? We just got fucked up. Oh. Oh no, you know, we didn't get fucked up. I ran out of batteries. I was like, what the fuck? We just got fucked up on the stream. Our stream just got fucked up. But no, it was my batteries ran out. And I'm listening to nothing. Nothing. It's aux. It has to be aux send. What this means. No. I still can't think of it. What this means is that we have to aux send. No. No, I got it. What this means is we have to aux send from this mixer to that mixer, whatever number they are. And then that mixer is going to have the stereo out. So I actually almost got it. I think I'm going to fix this and then we're going to end the stream. I actually believe that we are almost on a right track here. Alright, turn that off. Those are sending where? Alright, we're doing aux send. Let's go. It has to be, now that I think about it more and more, it has to be aux send. Jesus Christ, yo. Hey, speaking of aux send, it's like, hey, speaking of it has to be aux send. That was pretty intense. For a guy who's like, it has to be aux send, that was pretty abrupt. That was more abrupt than I meant. It's only one channel, right? It's 2 channels? Oh, I'm so... we're ending the stream. Because I don't know anything. It's such a shameful, I don't know anything moment. No feedback, right? Yeah, no feedback from my microphone now. Are you kidding me? Kidding me. Just one? That means we don't need this. Wow. That is so cool. But we'll use 2 anyway. That is so cool. I solved it. By the way, I solved it. That's actually the solution, I think. I fixed it. Alright, we might as well just... Let's not get fancy. We won't get fancy here. We'll just pack it up. I was trying to do 2 chords. We only need 1 balanced connection. It's stereo balanced. So we'll mess around with aux 2. In other words, I'm not. Well, now that I fixed it, we're not gonna get fancier till later. Move a chord. When we can remove a chord, we'll remove a chord. Now that I fixed it, I don't want to get fancier until later. So when we can, we'll remove a chord. When we can remove a chord. All right, now. Cool. That's it, right? Testing, 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 testing. That fixed it. That fixed it. Fixed. That was the solution. Now I can scream in this microphone and it won't blast the... Sorry, don't scream in the microphone. You don't understand how annoying it was to be feedbacking the fuck out of my ears behind me. Alright, in celebration, I'm gonna move the microphone. Now that I've fucking finally figured this out. We didn't need 2 mixers. No, we did. We did end up needing 2 mixers, more or less. If you want to mix more than that, we did, yeah. You do and you don't need 2 mixers. If you want to mix post aux out, you do need 2 mixers. If that's good enough for your speakers, that's fine too. You know what I mean? Like, if that's good enough, then you don't need 2 mixers. But if you want to do what I just did, 2 mix. All right, I'm gonna mute the microphone here, and we're gonna figure some shit out quick. about screwing things in. Yeah, we can hear me, right? Hold on, let me check. I'm going over how weird this is. Can we hear the music? I wonder if we can't hear the music right now. Oh. Yeah, we can't hear the music. Oh. That's wait, let me try and get the music going. Okay, this is why we have like group 2 or 1 and 2 faded up. All right, let me try this. Let me try this. Now we should be able to hear some music. It's not stereo send, is it? Yeah, hold on. I have to stereo send this. Now we can hear. Yeah. There it is. Okay. And then, yeah, bring the music down to reasonable level. Okay, and then we can hear that, and we can't hear me. Can we hear me? Hold on. Can we hear me in the... I feel like we can hear me. No, we can't hear me. Yeah, we can't hear me. Test, test, test. Testing, testing, testing. Test, test, test. Testing. I don't know what I'm doing. Aux send. So if I turn... No. If I turn this off, we can't hear. Okay, so it does have to be on. Oh, unless we have pre-fader listen engage. So that's why this pre-fader listen, but now it should. Nope. I'm fucking still as confused as ever. Oh, the fader doesn't work now. Oh, but you still need to turn it on, right? And so this is the fader. Turn it off. Turn it on. Yeah, and the fader doesn't matter when it's pre-fader. Oh, no, it's mattering. Holy shit, it's mattering. We're gonna need to know that fact for later. I'm gonna go brush my teeth. I'm taking it off that and putting it back sort of where it was. Why are these gains way up? Who did that? Or not gains, but these equalizers are way up. What's that about? Alright, well, I did it. Technically we did it. This should be way more though. Let me turn this down. And let me turn this way up. So now we're auxed the fuck up out of here. Why is it like that though? No, that's good. That's good. And we should... Okay, now I'm going to change... Now I'm going to copy what we just did on USB out, and then I'm going to go brush my teeth. Turn that off, turn the music off, and now we should be hearing something here. Yeah. My Ultima Online music. Good. We can still hear my microphone, right? And we can't hear the microphone in the speakers behind me. Yeah, I don't think we can hear the microphone in the speakers, or we'd hear me in the speakers. All right, I fixed it. This is exactly what I wanted to do. It's perfectly fixed. Basically now just don't touch anything. The next time we do raid, or the next time I do a stream, we could basically just leave it like this. Wait, why don't I hear any... Hold on, there's something I don't hear. I think we need to turn the aux up on this. Yep. There it is. Wow. That's gonna... It feels like that's gonna be hard to remember, but whatever. You know what? Guys, I still barely understand what's going on. And just to make sure, this doesn't work, right? Yeah, that didn't work for sure. Let me undo that. Stereo send on group out. It's good enough. I know if I turn this stereo out and then turn it up and turn the fader up, we're gonna get feedback from my microphone, because that's not what we want. Maybe it is. Hold on, let me see if we can hear the mic. Let me try it. Testing. Testing, testing, testing. Nope, we're fine. Whatever that means. Oh, that means we could stereo out if we wanted to. We don't need to though, so I'm gonna fade it down and turn it off. I fixed it. There's no fighting against it that I fixed this. We don't have to battle anything. Auxiliary out. Remember when I was like, get a hammer and write auxiliary out on it and hit him with it? That's me. Alright. I did it. I fixed it. I quote unquote fixed the problem. Now I can shout as loud as I want and play music. Why did that just happen? Jesus Christ. Hold on. We just had a moment. I was like, now I can be the coolest person ever, and it had an issue there. Just when I was like, now I did it, we had an issue. What the fuck was that? I think it was like my speaker. Yeah, there's something wrong. Right when I said that, I touched it. Yeah, something happened over here. Something happened over here. What the fuck was that? Turn the auxes down. I see. There's a Okay, I know what to do. We're gonna put this right there. The aux send. Oh no, I get it. I'm turning the wrong knob. Jesus Christ, I'm turning the wrong knob. These I'm going, yeah, on that. I think that's better. As far as blasting the shit out of the fuck out of everything over here, I think that's better. Let me unpad, or is that gonna be worse? It's in the red. If we unpad, yeah, pad it. Okay, now. Now give it barely any gain. Barely anything. Alright, that's good. Now. Okay, now we should bring those up and we should be okay. Alright, now if I bring these up. Yeah, like that. That's cool. Okay. I would just want to know one thing. Whoop, there's that. Why is that not working now? Oh, because it's aux. We might as well just turn them down. I feel so stupid. Oh no. Oh no, I only hear that. I'm the only one who hears that. I forgot that you guys hear that, not me. Okay. Alright. And the final sound check. Can you hear me? Test, 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 test. Yeah, no. You can't hear me. Alright, I did it. Fuck yeah. We did it. We fucking did it. Fuck yeah. What's in here? I blasted these things out earlier. I should just take these out. I don't like using these. I'm gonna turn this on to nothing. I don't like using these. I'm just taking this out. I don't like it. Remove them. That's because you don't need phones on this thing right here. But we can do sound effects. I can test sound effects on here with the effects pedal. That's why I like to keep the effects pedal here. Because we can is that, 13, 14? Oh no, I've got it on the wrong one. That's funny. That's really funny. Here. There we go. And then we can get a send going from here to there. It's fine. I'm gonna work on it later. The point is, I fixed the problem, and next week will be Blackwing player attuned. I'll make sure of it. But I did it. I fixed it, everyone. Fixed. I fixed it. I finally figured out what I wanted to do. And now I'm gonna move the microphone. In celebration, the last thing we're gonna do is figure out how to screw my microphone in. Actually, it's 6 o'clock. We'll screw the microphone later. I am the glorious Lord Erickson Krona, the seneschal of the Ingot House and the author of QAnon, the Fire Majory Guru as seen on YouTube, of the name Anaxagoras, by the venom of evil. This is DJ Real Draw. I finally set up the mixers. I finally get to clock a win on the sound system. I finally figured out how to set up the sound system that I want, and next time you see me, we'll have the microphone closer to me. I'm really not going to change much. We're just going to hit the power button and then hit the power button back on. And I'm not really going to move or change much. And we're going to run 2 mixers for a while. This is going to be wild. We're going to run 2 mixers. It's going to be awesome. Farewell. Tomorrow, the amplifier arrives, and we're gonna get this 18-inch subwoofer bumping with 7,000 watts of electricity. But that's why you can't fuck on top of the subwoofer. I'm the DJ. Nobody gets to fuck on any of the equipment because of how much electricity is dangerously running through it. So now I'm doing it.